0704YM08.
Ooh. Okay.
07.
Yeah, we could do a song in the future that's like a super huge hit.
I can't hear you.
Just like, I can't
Did
hear
you
you.
ever drive into DC to do a podcast?
Maybe.
04.
Because I told you we have a studio there. I still want to do something with you sometime.
08.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it depends. I was going to go down for Lex Friedman, but then I was like, I didn't know if I was going to do it, and I said I would, and he was like, we're going to change your plans.
Ooh, in 1911.
Well, I'll have Lydia
Ooh.
come here on the area because we have a studio.
We're recording, by the way. It's all being recorded.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're recording everything.
Shit.
Oh.
Everything you just said has been recorded.
No.
Yeah.
About urinating.
Well,
and
1911's a lot cooler
well,
than the
Is that what you were
fucking
talking
pistol I
about?
have
I don't
now.
know. We were talking about doing a show in DC or something.
Yeah, no, because we have this
This is
new
being-
studio too, and I really want to do something.
Yeah, it's
with
recording.
What's up, J Smash?
I can't tell if you're being serious because
It's recording.
you make this little face where you're just like,
I pressed record early because everybody was talking, and I was like,
Should I get rid of
Yeah,
this?
you guys
sound rifle? I think
were,
I should.
like,
you wanted the background
Talking about-
conversation.
Making
you
a
guys
killer
were goofing
song.
off.
That's
That's
true.
Sydney's a
Word.
musician. Your guys' show's blowing up. This show's blowing up.
I think
We
I'm
can
gonna
do
regret
like
this
collaborative
decision.
projects.
Well, I mean, if they
Most
didn't,
likely it will.
A little
Texas.
challenging.
I would honestly come out more often if DC was not so bloody miserable.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Can you fly into
It's-
that
we're not in
small
DC.
airport close by?
Wait, there's a small. Do you mean BWI?
No,
But
that's
why
maybe.
do you go to DC?
What do you mean?
You can the
Just got
airport's northwest of the
Applebee's.
city, and then you come out to the
Ugh.
beautiful West Virginia, West
I
Virginia.
haven't had
I honestly
Applebee's in
could
like
drive here. I know
decade.
That, I know that we were like a little late, and
Applebee's isn't
You're
that
late for
bad.
being early.
well, we were because also you and I
I
are
mean-
potentially late, which is a problem. But
There's not much. You don't expect much from it.
They
My Cowboys fan? No, I don't really watch NFL.
Get the alerts, and it was like if Elijah Schaefer wakes up in time, and I was like,
so
what?
it's
How do you know my personal
not
life?
an unironic stab. It's probably someone you know. But driving up
Or
here,
NFL to
because here's
liberal.
the thing: Texas is so flat.
There are.
and
Yeah,
there's
NFL
so much
is
hood.
too liberal.
It's it's a very.
You need
central
another O
way
in there.
In a lot of ways, and driving up here, I was like, God, I miss this. Like I miss the trees, and I miss these like giant fields that are all green and beautiful, and I don't know. There's the little towns that are so cute, and I just
Texas
wanna.
is a trick. It's a trap.
It's a lie.
It's a trap.
It says that it's beautiful, and it is.
To be honest, I didn't watch much NFL before they
don't
went
know
You
woke.
guys live there, so you can
It's
speak
awesome.
better on it than me.
No,
but
listen, listen.
You like
Yeah.
it?
It's a trap, okay? Because all of these Hollywood celebrities are moving in, and that means they're bringing, and some of these people, like Joe Rogan, might be, he's not going to vote for these Democrats. He seems to be fairly, anti-establishment. But all of his staff, and the industry that comes along with him, and all these. That's why before we went anywhere, we were in the Philly area, and I was like,
NASCAR?
like,
No,
we
I'm
lived
not
in
a real big
Montana,
fan of
and I'm
NASCAR
like,
either.
"This one's gonna suck." Waking up at like 5 a.m. to get started and stuff.
What's the time zone difference in Montana?
An hour
Montana.
From
here?
you guys.
from here.
From here an hour? No, it's 2 hours. It's
Oh.
mountain time.
I think it's 2 or 3.
Yeah,
It's
Okay,
it's
'cause
mountain
we're-
time,
oh.
Laja. Did you not know that?
Oh yeah,
Mountain
maybe
time.
three.
I've,
Is it
I've
three?
only been in
Three.
Montana once, so.
Do people talk like
No,
that?
no,
Can't
No,
be
no, no,
three.
no. It's two because
They talk
Central
like
is
this?
one.
Yeah.
Are they
And
gonna
then
buy me
mountain.
some?
Oh yeah, because it goes
some
like
mass
this.
day.
I just forget where we're at.
Probably, yeah.
We're in
We also
South.
we
South,
also
though.
This
we
is
also
a very
looked at
chaotic day.
we looked at Maine.
It's heavy.
I really wanted to get in the northernmost part of Maine,
Mm-hmm.
where it's all French speaking, and
Oh, I gotta
because they
find
have
a
internet
house
there
with a
because
red
in
chimney.
Maine.
yeah, the northernmost part it's French speaking, and then you can actually get good internet because
Pas
there's
français ou
Canadian.
pas?
No, but I just thought it was funny. Like, but the problem is they have
C'est
black
pénible.
flies where they, those big things, they bite you or whatever. And so then, the main problem was airports. We could go anywhere, but there's got to be an airport if we want to have guests. So we settled with, we're in the tri-state area around West Virginia, where I live in West Virginia, but we have production in Maryland. And we're probably going to be moving a lot of the company out of the state, for the most part, because it was only really temporarily here because we do the one show production, but then we'll be moving it to West Virginia. And then when the Rapture's going to happen soon. So
Yes.
tell me about the Rapture.
That is an interesting thing.
Rapture's gonna happen. We're getting out of here.
Like you've mentioned before, a lot of Christians are very split on different things, especially with something called eschatology, right? Which would be the theological study of the end times. It's a fancy word, but it's an important subject, and I would say most Christians try to avoid talking about it. Here's a good example. I went to a very large, one of the largest churches in the area of DFW. And it was really interesting. I mean, we're talking about there's over 10,000 people just at their main branch, and they satellite out to like several churches with several thousand people. That's one church. That's not even the biggest church in the area. But the pastor that was on the stage would never go back. He said something that a lot of people say. He goes, well, there's a lot of conflicting views on the end times and on Revelations, which is why I'm not going to talk about it, which is a cop-out. Just because there's different views, just because there's different ideas, that's where we should have our conversations. We should be talking about on what's difficult to talk about. And that's why I want to preface that for people.
We can't talk about
They
what's
don't like
difficult.
to talk about it because it's a place of division, not just for Christians, but talking about judgment, talking about accountability for humanity is kind of uncomfortable just from a human perspective. That's why even atheists get all tied it up. And not that that's what you were doing, but people genuinely get upset because this is talking about people that they love. This is talking about people that could be, incredible people in the future that could solve the cure for different kinds of cancer or HIV or different things. That this is about their judgment as well as the judgment for the criminals and the evil and the pedophile, etc. So I know going into this that there is no way to speak about it with the intent to try to please people. So I want to go into this to just talk about it from what I believe I know and to admit to what I don't know.
So, what are the outcomes?
What's up,
here? Do
Alpha?
we have heaven and hell, or do we have heaven, earth, and hell?
So this is actually an interesting perspective. I think that there are some suggestions that could portray that hell is actually in the center of the earth, that it actually is directly there. But what is important is to define a few things, okay? So number one, this is what I'd be interested with you. I want to hear your perspective.
Been pretty good.
Number one,
Busy. How
hell
about
was
yourself?
not made for human beings, okay? And it is not. And God does not desire us to go. In fact, everything that is set up in the plan for humanity is to prevent us from being there. Number two, nobody is sent to hell. God doesn't send anyone or condemn anyone. We condemn ourselves. We choose to go anywhere. God doesn't take some people to heaven and some
Working,
people to hell.
doing school.
It is a
Nice,
choice.
man.
You are given free will in your life of how
Basically the same.
and what you believe.
Taking care of kids.
So God is not looking to
Trying to
send
become a
people
real
to hell.
estate
As I
agent.
mentioned, everything that we can talk about
Building
right now is
patios.
created to prevent people from ending up there. And number three, if you are going to eventually get into heaven, earth is the closest to hell you will ever experience. And if you end up in hell, earth is the closest to heaven you will ever experience. So earth is somewhat of a middle ground, and the entire existence is literally a test. Your entire existence is a test. And every factor is trying to prevent you in this world from denying yourself, realizing that you are a created being in the image of God, and that you need God and what He said in order to bring redemption.
Dude, that sandwich
for,
place at the
unfortunately, what brought you into this world.
ABM
which is
guys
through
were talking
sin, and
about?
it comes through your Father. It is literally through
Which
humanity
one?
that sin is passed down from generation to generation.
Chiba
which
Hut?
is why Jesus had to be born of a virgin.
So
I don't
let me address
remember.
some of that. So here's the way I imagine it. You say God doesn't send anybody to hell or heaven, right?
Amazing.
So I imagine it as there's this big path we're on, which is the earth. And the choices you make will bring you either to heaven or hell. And God's not choosing where you go. You choose, right?
Anakin Skywalker hired by Planned Parenthood for his speed and efficiency, taking care of the younglings.
I imagine eventually there's a fork in the road, and one
Oh
goes
my
left
God.
and one goes right. One of those paths leads to heaven. One of those paths leads to hell, right? And you're going to choose which path to go down, which road you take, right?
Not exactly. Because if you'll see this, Jesus specifically said that the kingdom of God, the one people, which is actually interesting, that he says are going to be the hardest to get to heaven, and I know you know this, is
Rich
who?
people.
Yeah, is wealthy people. That's going to be the hardest, right? The hardest thing is going to be wealthy people, simply because what does it mean to go to heaven? It's not about going to heaven. That's almost a mispronunciation too, where a lot of people talk about going to heaven. What is heaven? Heaven is being in the presence of God.
You have an issue with the
This
Texas
is
law.
wanting to
Oh,
be
do
with
tell.
God. Like someone asked you, why would you want to be with a God for eternity that you wouldn't want to be with here on earth?
Because
That's
I
a good-
wouldn't want to be getting my legs chopped off and tortured
right.
and frozen and chewed up.
Which is an interesting thing. This is why sometimes the fear of consequence can sometimes wake people up to seeking, right? Kind of like when you. It's not that you.
No, I don't think torture works.
No,
I
no,
think you
not
beat
torture.
some-
It's not.
Wait,
No, because the hell's not a place
it
of
is
torture. The Bible never says it's torture.
It is. The fear of suffering is more powerful for torture than
But
it
it's
is.
but it's not. But if there's not suffering in the same way of torture, the Bible never uses the phrase. It never talks about hell being a place of physical pain.
Do people think it is?
People do because of Hollywood. The actual
Right,
scripture
okay.
for Gehenna says it's a place of torment.
So then, what's the fear?
So
that you're saying,
so what
you're saying
hell?
Fear
All
is,
hell
is waking
is
people up.
hell is what life would be without God. So it's where
Dude, a
pure
lot
evil
of
is
puzzle
unrestricted.
solving and problem
so
solving
torment
in
means
this game.
Yeah?
Kinda, yeah.
I don't like how it gives people the authorities to people who are they not personally damaged by. I'm trying to pull it up so I can like go over the exact. break it down. Can I just get it?
I think it's presenting damages to those who are corroborating with murder.
Essentially turning random civilians into state actors. Damn it, where can I just find the law itself? It's heavily criticized by state Democrats. A ban on abortion 20-week post-fertilization. I can't actually find the law itself. It's always like it's an article on it.
Go to texas.gov.
Texas.gov.
Slash like Congress or whatever.
Yeah, it's not. Nope, Texas.gov sucks. Could I get an article that's not from like NBC or MSNBC? It'd be like if you threw THREW
I'm sending you a link right now.
threw a baseball through my window, and then instead of me suing you, some random guy from another state sues you. There you go.
Let me make sure this is the right one. I'm pretty sure this, I'm gonna send you this and I'm gonna double check, make sure it's the right one.
Detection of fetal heartbeat. The quorum system should be forced. Dude, I hate how shit's like just. I wish they would write it like where dumb people could understand. Why is there a billion lines and they're all labeled 1 through 27?
Well, because it's extremely they're trying to be as precise as possible with their words so they can eliminate as many vagaries as possible.
Vagaries. Like it should be it should be written like a 6th grader. It should just be like, you cannot do this at any point in time. You can do this. Doctors can't do this. Prohibits a physician from performing an abortion other than medical emergency. Let me see. So basically what happened with the Supreme Court of the United States basically just turned down hearing it because there's not a question yet. It hasn't raised a constitutional question. So there's no grounds on which they can take it. Enacted in May, the Texas Heartbeat Act, also known as SB number 8, prohibits a physician from performing an abortion other than medical emergency if the physician detected a fetal heartbeat for the unborn child. Fetal heartbeat is usually detectable at 6 weeks of gestation. I don't know. I don't know what situation like somebody would sue from like the outside in.
I think if a woman, let's say for instance a husband, or I mean anyone, like a couple, gets pregnant, and the husband doesn't want the child aborted, and the child has a heartbeat, and she does it anyway through illegal means, he has the right to sue her. I'm guessing that's what it means. I haven't read the law. I just sent it to you. He has the right to sue her and the physician.
The law gives anyone the authority to sue a doctor who gives abortions.
Essentially, I guess that's the answer.
I mean, but basically, so isn't the law saying that people who provide abortions are, that's illegal?
Yeah.
So it's like weird that it's like suing, but like but even to sue, you would be required to have evidence. So if someone's bringing forth evidence of a doctor that is acting illegally, then isn't that a good thing?
No, because they're letting it. They're punishing someone for murdering a child.
How would you do that? I mean, because can't anyone sue anybody for almost anything these days? Like, is there any stipulation in the law that says I can't sue you for whatever I want to? However, if I sue you and take you to court, I better have something good to present, because otherwise I'm going to have wasted my money, and if I'm just going total bogus, then the judge is either going to throw out my claims and enforce me to pay for your lawyer fees. I mean, I don't know. But that's usually the thing. Usually you don't want to sue anybody unless you have some actual evidence or some hard evidence. Unless you think you could actually win in court, you don't want to do that, because if it's just proven to be total bullcrap, then you're the one that's going to be put in the bill. Right, it would get thrown out. But then I'm paying time and money, like because to even file something, I have to hire a lawyer. I have to go to a lawyer, and then even if the lawyer goes, hey, this is complete bogus, he's allowed to wear a red sweater, I'm still paying that lawyer like $300 an hour, and then like they charge like $500 to $1,000 like filing fee to send something to the court in your name. What?
I've read that there's some lawyers that won't charge you a thing unless they win.
I can't remember the specific name.
But the courts will still charge you.
Right. To take anything to court, it costs money. And so if I spend time and money and send something to court, a judge is going to look at it and go, suing for wearing a red sweater, and then, yeah, they're going to throw it out and it'll never be, and I just wasted my time and money. Do you think your neighbor should be able to sue you for jaywalking? I guess not. I'm suing you Christians for murdering us pagans. Give me an example. Why not? Rome. Well, hold on. Maybe not sue, but the deal is, like, if they get evidence of you jaywalking or doing something illegal, they can turn it into police. I don't know if it's like suing, but you're going to go to jail. It's basically if you're doing something and you bring it to the attention. I don't know why suing necessarily is in there. I don't understand why suing is the option instead of just presenting information to, say, like the district attorney, and then the district attorney taking the case and then putting charges against people. So, I mean, I don't understand the suing part. Ooh, they get a $10,000 reward? Nice! I'm suing everyone. Hold on, let me see if I can find something.
I think that's a little weird. I don't know if I agree with that. I see whoever was giving qualms about it. I see where he's coming from in that regard.
Okay, well, here's a CNN article. What the F?
I think that's a waste of time to read that.
Why did everything just disappear on me?
I think giving citizens a financial incentive to rat out other citizens, regardless of how heinous the crime is kind of I don't like that.
Texas bans abortions after prohibits abortion. It would effectively outlaw at least 85% of the abortions sought in the state. Cool. That's good. Stands up for no approach takes to curtailing. Rather than imposing a criminal or regulatory punishment for those who conduct abortions after the point in the pregnancy, the state law created a so-called private right of action to enforce the restriction. Essentially, legislators deputized private citizens to bring civil litigation with the threat of $10,000 or more in damages against providers or even anyone who helped a woman access an abortion after 6 weeks. The way the bill is structured incentivizes vigilante lawsuits that will harass abortion providers and those who support providing abortions in Texas. Approach was aimed at insulating the law from the sort of federal legal challenges that would prevent it from coming.
It's putting punishment in the hands of the citizens then, legally. That's interesting.
It is interesting. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna make abortion providers really go, ugh, I don't want to deal with this. But I don't know. I feel like it's most likely going to cause some second and third order effects that we're not looking at right now.
Yeah.
Like anytime, anyone tries anything, especially new, there's not a lot of evidence or data to research. So I'm not sure, what's going to happen of this. I don't know, maybe it ends up actually working out quite well. Maybe it really stops abortion doctors from practicing it and they do something else, or maybe it causes a slew of other problems where everyone's suing every doctor there is for, oh, I saw a girl go in there and she came out bloody. I don't know. I don't know what could happen. It's a weird thing. The clicks.
Alright, well, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna try to take one more nap before I go to work.
Okay, buddy. You have fun.
Alright. See ya, bye.
Bye. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird little tidbit, but overall, I like the idea of cutting down on abortions. It's a good idea to me.
Pain from within. Now, the number one pain of what hell would be realizing that you didn't realize how much the Spirit of God on the earth and the goodness of God, he even calls it the salt of the world, the flavor, is what kept evil at bay. So you basically get the world that you wanted. You didn't want God here. You want to be away from God. So then there is a place
Cindy Watson and Tim are dating now.
God's presence
Are they?
does not
How do you
dwell.
get there?
You reject. It is the only grave sin is you reject the free gift of God. You reject the Holy Spirit by rejecting the work of Christ. Now, here's what people bring this in.
And then you go to a place of pure evil.
Yes.
Well, when you die, your spirit does go into a place not of pure
Yeah.
evil.
Oh, absolutely.
The antithesis
We
of
work in the same place, but we work in a spot that's a 24/7 manned area. There can't ever not be someone
Why
there.
should I be worried about that?
Unrestricted
If hell isn't
humanity.
torture?
Unrestricted humanity.
Unless I take off, I work pretty much every single Thanksgiving Day, every single Christmas Eve, Christmas Day,
Because hell
New
is
Year's
the
Eve, New Year's Day.
Number one, torment, because that is scary to realize. There is always an idea of redemption on
This is the real world. You don't get no days off.
Redemption, that things can get better, that regimes.
I get days off, but it's like holidays aren't special.
Communism and reinstate this idea of things improving is part of the nature of God, which is still here on the earth. When you remove that, things do not improve because things degrade. Just like Black Lives Matter, these people do not build new things; they tear them down.
Hold on. We got to actually. I think we're not getting anything here. So, hell will suck.
Yes.
Yes,
And how do you get to hell?
by rejecting the work of Christ.
Okay.
By
and
basically rejecting God. So effectively, again, this
He
is
gives you what you want.
So let's go back to what I was saying. You're walking down a path that is your life, and eventually you have to either accept God or reject God. A fork appears in the road at some point where if you go in one direction, you'll end up in the presence of God, and the other you'll end up with unrestricted evil. Correct?
Yes.
So that means that there's going to be a very large quantity of people who are of good mind, of good spirit, of good values, who reject evil, and absolutely would love God, if not for the evil that has tricked them and told them God's actually
Just
this
let
direction,
people
and they
do
go,
what you
"Excellent,"
want.
and they walk into hell.
No, that's actually not true, because actually this is what's kind of crazy. This is almost weird, but kind of how the Bible warns you about wealthy people. The Bible says that those who are going to be, do you know who the Bible says those who get the strictest judgment, meaning the least leeway in terms of judging whether or not they truly deserve to be in the presence of God or they wanted to? Do you know who it says that is teachers of the Bible? It says that teachers of the Bible are going to be judged the hardest. Ironically, like pastors and people who teach the Bible, because there it says they are without excuse.
Hold on.
No,
How
I'm bringing
does
this
it-
in. I'm bringing this in. This is what it says. So the road you're talking about is just this fork in the road, and you do or do not accept God, and you leave it. Now a lot of people talk about, well, what about people who have a
What's up, Fire?
etc.
Good. I'm glad I'm your favorite conservative. That means a lot.
To which you have. It says you will be.
Oh, you
knowledge that
dick.
you have. You have to remember
One of.
that even before Christ died on the cross, there's different epics and ages.
After I just got the feel goodies about
It's
it.
like, if you knew God, it could be like this or like this. This is the easiest way. You don't need to go to a
So
temple.
is the best thing to do then not preach the Bible, because then you're condemning people to hell?
No. They would say the best thing would be to. The Bible says that's why it says very few of you should become Bible teachers, because you are casting judgment on yourself. Meaning, if you think that you are at a place to tell people, yeah, exactly, they're going to go to hell if they do this or don't do that, then that means you really know what you're doing. Then you need to take that seriously, because you need to take that seriously because it is a little murky. This is where people go about universe.
Well, that's fine. You can enjoy other conservative speakers, but I should be your favorite.
Sometimes, if you
Like
talk to
WTF.
people, even when they're on their deathbed or they're dying, they have these spiritual experiences. There's even chemicals in our brain that are associated
Like an
with
Indian.
being in these sort of transcendental states of mind near death.
Okay.
You know?
So let
Yeah,
me ask.
DMT, particularly.
So you're judged according to the knowledge you have. So
Like
people
Ian's
who
advice is always get high.
The Bible are safe. They're going to go to heaven.
No, I'm going to say this is very interesting, because there is the nature and the heart of God. I would say that while I'm going to be very careful theologically saying this. I don't want to mislead people. You go to hell by
about Texas
rejecting
Lightning.
God. So if somebody has not rejected the Spirit
Confused.
of God, I believe that it is in the nature of God that every person, which there's even people having dreams in Muslim countries, etc., that people will have the chance to either reject God or to accept God. This is why Catholics partially, and I'm not trying to butcher this, I'm summarizing this, by the way, for people who are not familiar with these things. Some people talk about purgatory or a state in between, meaning a chance to bring redemption or a chance to actually accept God. Because the sin of rejecting the Spirit of God is what sends you to hell, it would appear in Scripture that's why
friends
it's
and
scary
stuff
as
who are
to
on
people-
whole other levels.
and you
Well,
find most people in the Western
whatever.
world have heard,
Let's go one point at a time.
yeah, but I'd say most people in the Western world have heard about God, do know about Christ, and have willfully chosen at some point in their life
So
they're not going to
so
follow
the
that.
best thing to do is never to tell anybody about God.
his favorite gender?
No.
My pronouns are either be master and commander or me lord.
No, because it's not. Because
Yes, my lord.
part of what it is too is by giving people freedom here on earth, and a lot of people are stuck in their sin, they're stuck in condemnation, and they bring other people to hell. So they use their mind to tell people to reject God. There's evilness in the world. There's other religions where people bind into or accept into things that would, I guess, put them in a place of rejecting God. They accept something else as God,
So
which a lot of people do.
Right. So the issue is, it seems.
Oh
that
shoot,
now the way
Crowder's
we-
coming back tomorrow.
Either we purposefully withhold information about God because otherwise we're condemning people, or it's true that God would condemn people who have never heard the word of God.
No, I would say that people reject God sometimes, not just unknowingly, but they know that they're supposed to worship something, and they intentionally
Hello.
set something up.
What
else
will you
as
do
their
about
God.
the rotting issue in our lovely
Some
English
people don't
village?
know. Right. So that's why we're
So they go
talking
to
about
hell.
God as a just God, and that's the difference between.
I guess who's
your
rioting?
choice.
I guess I would give
To worship
the
something. Everybody
market
worships something.
owners and
It's
the
knowledge or it's your
the
career,
vendors
or something that you dedicate
lots of
to
weapons.
give
So
your
whenever
life
the
and
rioting
soul
came
and
too
power
close
to
and
God
started
over
wrecking up their town, they
so
could just
my point is
shoot
this is where
people.
I'm not trying to preach this all roads lead to heaven. I believe there's a clear distinctual path between what gets you to heaven and not, and it's the faith in Jesus Christ and the rejection of him that can keep you in or out of his presence for eternity.
This is a really good argument for people to not want to be in the presence of God.
Why?
Because it is just like wokeness that there's no.
The peasants are angry about their taxes.
Total
Oh well,
submission
don't worry, we're gonna lower those. We're putting them down to a flat 10%.
I truly want to be told, here's what you must understand to be in a better
Flat
place.
10%,
I will
and
tell you what I gotta do.
you can't. There's no loopholes. You're not getting out of it.
Always, my entire life been circuitous, contradictory, conflicting. Either we preach the Bible to people and condemn them to hell because now they know and now they have to choose, and it's a hard fucking choice. Or we never tell them at all, and either they go to hell for not knowing, or they are granted passage to heaven because they didn't know.
Desert Treasure Legends quest. I think I did Legends. Pretty sure I did Legends.
No logical path on which I can.
I had to have. I had access to the Legends guild.
Because if you look at
Desert Treasure is a bitch one.
I mean, well, you'd have to accept this premise.
Now you can do ancient magics.
What were you created for? Why were humans created?
Organizing complex dynamic systems.
I mean, like, because I'm assuming you believe we evolved, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah. So obviously, if you believe, which technically we do evolve over time, all organic matter, or complex organic matter does have systems.
Everything, literally everything.
Yeah. But I'm
It's been
saying
like a
evolving,
decade since I've
adapting.
done a lot of that. But yeah,
there's a code.
I remember I hated it.
That's the easiest way to explain to people. The universe is a massively complex code beyond human understanding. That's why I do believe in God, because the vastness, well beyond human comprehension, in my opinion, is, you can call it Einsteinian God or whatever you want to call it, but there is something above, more powerful. Maybe it's the structure of the universe, the cosmic background radiation.
Underground Path. Is that the one with Ivan's staff?
But the universe is a massive code. That code is perfect. The universe is completely perfect in every single way. And I've argued with a lot of atheists about this who tell me it's not true, and I'm like, that's absurd. The universe is perfect. We never see a ham sandwich blink into existence. I've programmed video games before. Sometimes that happens in video games because your code is imperfect. But in the universe, we can predict with near certainty how things can happen. It's how science works. So what we know is that everything in the universe, there's entropy and there's ectropy. And so long as ectropy produces more entropy, then it can function, right? Because the universe drifts towards entropy, that energy is slowly separating itself, moving further and further apart. Eventually, we believe, this is all based on what humans think they know.
It's all based on theory.
Considering the vastness of the universe, it's likely that we don't know a lot at all. We probably know a tiny fraction of a tiny fraction of a tiny fraction. But based on our current understanding, to the best
A classic libertarian, like I can't hardly keep up with political
into complex systems. It is what all life
political classes anymore. Like they keep changing.
It creates more and more complex dynamic systems.
But that's still
Pagan here is still suing the Christians. All right, we'll bring it on. I'm a Christian suing the pagans for invading Britain.
I'm saying you, because I'm going to tell you, because you said that you believe in God, so I'm not trying to convince you.
You raped my ancestors.
I'm trying to talk to you about who God actually says that He is, which is very important. Because to take
classical liberal,
talking about why
maybe
these things are rejected. Number one,
you seem more of a liberal from like 10 to 15 years ago.
Something hard to swallow.
But now since you're like, you don't want to line up with all of them, all of their agenda, you're totally on the right. Pagans were there first. Which pagans?
Defending what worship is, not
the people before Rome, or the people that then won it from Rome, like the actual Britons, and then started getting invaded by the Viking pagans.
It's like nobody tells I guess you know this as a creator. There's nothing worse than people telling you how
the Celts.
should be. It's always like, here's Tim. This is what you should be doing. And it's like, okay, buddy, go do it then, because I created Timcast at IRL, and this is what I want to do with it. It's like, well, why? Because I don't.
What about the fact that I also hail from Gaelic paganism?
Some could say, well, then why aren't you also helping people know how to prevent HIV? And you could do more with.
I'm part.
You could push this and then you. Yeah,
I'm part
fine.
victim.
In the end, I created this for a specific purpose, and it is living out the purpose I created. So what I believe personally,
right, and all it takes is one thing, fire,
is
for you not to agree with them, and you're on the right.
Of Christian theology,
you right-wing extremists.
Designed and created for a purpose, that we are special, that humans are not just random complex organic matter, which in some ways that's the physical explanation. But why is it that we're supposed to fight chaos? Why is
voting for the evil Republicans?
Because God has got
well, I mean, maybe not vote for evil Republicans. Maybe vote for someone that is wanting to maybe just take some power from the federal government, or make politicians not have so much power. To make a political office actually a point of service.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that in the end of this, it's not that, oh, let's preach God so that people are left with an ultimatum. It's saying in and of themselves, people are more likely to choose a path that would separate themselves from God. The average person, this is why people always say, like, what about the person that just always does right? And they always do right. Well, show me a man that always does
That's
right.
fine. I get in some arguments with right-wingers too.
Any understanding of how people who are ignorant of God would or would go to.
Because I'm bringing this in. I'm just asking you. Because you talk about
they go to
people
hell or
who
not?
do. Well, I'm bringing this in.
I'm calling you right-wing because if you said anything,
Our new producer, Elijah, my new producer, is texting
like
me.
against the left, which you have,
He's an ex-Mormon.
then
He says here that the Mormons, Tim, have a
then
lot of
they would say you're a
answers.
right-wing extremist.
And I said, how do we redirect this away from that? And he goes, unplug the microphone. And I don't know. I just.
No, I'm just.
You guys, these conversations are like
They're
you get
meaningful
you,
because
no,
you're
they
unexplaining.
they are, but you get so not you, but people get so bogged down in these chats, and I just feel like they become circular.
Right.
And you listen to them, and you just get the same answer in 4 different variations.
Right.
And
No,
it's
I haven't
like,
gotten it.
Let's mix it up a little. I
because
think
there
hell,
isn't one. There isn't
There
one.
hell is
isn't
at the
it?
center of the
There
sun.
isn't,
That's
but
why
there-
it's so
Pure-
hot.
Which is
Our
why-
BRB.
souls are warping around the solar system,
Well, hold
and they
on.
get sucked in to a core.
This
if we don't have
I
strength and
want to move
fortitude.
the conversation based on what you said. The point I'm making is, if you cannot provide for me any reason, I have no reason to believe.
And
That's
I- and-
exactly what you
But
said.
And
what
I
is
agree
what
with
is the
that.
lack of reason? Is that we were designed.
You
and
literally
created
can't
for
answer
a
any of my
purpose.
questions.
Because there is no answer.
no.
In
and
which case, why would I
That is
believe
not. That
it?
is not true. What am I not answering?
Do people who have no knowledge of the Bible go to heaven or hell?
hell, here's the thing, right? Sam
Okay,
Harris,
then,
hold on.
Then real quick,
I was
my
gonna
point
answer.
is, fuck that shit.
I was going to answer that.
Hold on, Sam Harris makes this point, right? And I believe it's Sam Harris. No, hold on.
Well, I'm
hold
saying
on.
I never got to answer the question. But
We'll
go ahead.
answer it, but well. So
It's been 20 minutes.
Sam Harris makes this point, right? And what he says is that, and I believe it was Sam Harris. Someone can obviously correct me if I'm wrong. What he says is that if you were born in India, say, and there's the dominant religions that are in India, and let's say that the God of Christianity is the God of the world, of the universe, of everybody, and by virtue of being born in the wrong country, you are damned to an eternity of torment. How the hell does that make any sense? If you're never exposed to the Christian God, how are you meant to find the Christian God if this is the, the ultimate
Why do you think
deity?
missionaries are so important, and why we believe in going out and spreading the
hold on,
gospel?
but Elijah, if this is the
But
Christian
Elijah.
God that you're supposed to discover, and yeah, I hear your point. Why is it? Why isn't that just naturally going to come to you? Why is it that someone has to tell you about
Because
it?
our nature is opposed to God. Because we are born into sin. My point is why should God bring any of us into heaven?
This
why
God
would he
is an
not?
asshole.
Why would he not condemn? No. Why? This is my point. Why would
After
he
a certain
not
age,
have
after a
to
certain
tell
time,
all of us because
you
we
should
rebelled
still
against
inherently
him.
see God's
Nobody
goodness
has
in the
no
world,
there's no
whether
difference.
anyone tells you or
You're all
not.
screwed, and I'm going to be an asshole, and you're all screwed. No, he goes, you know what? I am going to give you a way out. I will give you a way out of this judgment. No, I will give you a way out. I'm a fair God, and you chose this. They brought this into the world, and therefore there is this
Doesn't trust the COVID
condemnation.
vaccine.
But I'm going to give you a redeeming spirit.
Yeah, at my job, they're starting to
Now, I am
force
God.
the vaccine
I am
mandate,
God.
or they're trying to figure out like who doesn't have it and why.
He says that. And that's why you're saying. if
So,
there's somebody
I might
out
have
there
to be
who
getting
is-
into a-
and
I don't know,
based off Christian
a legal
principles,
battle.
But I believe the Bible says if there is somebody out there, which I don't believe anybody is naturally good, we all make mistakes, which then makes us corrupt. But there are people who are good, who are seeking good, going, I am in India, and I know that this God that wants, maybe in some weird village, wants me to sacrifice my goat and stuff. This is not right. That I'm looking
Sacrifice
for
my
what's good
goat.
for my family, and I'm going to. I believe you will find God. I believe God shows up in dreams. I believe that God finds you, and I also believe that God could see someone like that, and if you were dying, that God would reveal Himself to you. I believe God reveals Himself in some way to all men, and I believe that's why people worship other gods. I also believe the devil. Not all religions are invented by the devil, but I think that the enemy knows that we desire to worship something. We desire purpose and meaning. So he seeks to confuse people in the world, and that's part of the reason why we seek to have missionaries and to go to correct
It
that
doesn't
thinking
answer any of the
in
questions.
those
Won't get the
places.
boost until they offer me $500 gift cards, right? Like that's what I was at least kind of hoping. If they were gonna force me to get it, like I could at least hold out long enough where I get something for it.
So they get condemned to hell or whatever. The picture you paint
No, that would
is of
increase.
a,
No, that would
Christians
increase
are a
the
smaller
thing.
number
I think
compared
there
to
are some
Islam.
people in cultures. I don't think most people are naturally good or trying to do the right thing.
I have no idea, but I guess like if that was,
especially, they can be
then I
very
don't gotta worry
corrupt.
about it.
if you gave me actual numbers from a report, I probably wouldn't
trying to increase the
say you're
chances. I
wrong.
think there are some people in every culture or people that are out there that probably are trying to naturally do what's good and seeking the heart of God. And I don't think God's going to come down.
That's why we need a revival.
You never had a missionary. That's what I'm saying, where it said, judge to the knowledge to which you had. Someone's going, I am seeking this. And I believe God will reveal themselves to that person, and I do not believe they will go to hell just because they didn't meet a missionary. And I believe that they would meet God.
We should stop preaching.
No, because I think that increases the amount of people. I think most people are not headed down that road. So you're trying to tell people, hey, like warning them that, like, you know, your house is on fire. You are going down the wrong road. You are being deceived. Somebody came in that was evil. That's why it's not them. Somebody
Which
is
means
evil.
that God is willing to condemn people through no fault of their own.
Because you have to realize, no, it's not no fault. That's why it's scary. That's why evil people exist. It's not because some guy named, you know, Siraj is just inherently trying to be evil and hate God. It's because there are evil people who have instituted and created religions and
believe in a creator
to try to deceive people to keep them out of heaven.
Predate your religion.
We go back to the moon god of Ur and even before then. I mean, this is from
Some
people.
of those religions predate your religion.
Pagan and Muslims
But
just
they
tax
don't.
me.
Many of them
But
do.
I don't want to get away from the main, like, moral conundrum on.
I'm interested in like which Christian group would be for killing you.
That's a fact.
You know, it's
it
really
is,
hold on.
It is a fault of their own because you're telling me that people that going out there are just not doing anything wrong. Like what the standard for God would be perfection, and I don't think that people are. Our standard for what makes a good person, I think, is very watered down from God's standard. And I think that we think people are good because they only do wrong things every once in a while. I don't think everyone's trying to be evil and trying to intentionally spread demise. But I think that more people that would go to hell would be because they were deceived out of believing in the truth.
If the cops came and arrested you because you baked an apple pie on Tuesday, would that be just?
The Catholics hate you the most.
What if the law says you can't bake an apple pie on Tuesday?
It would be unjust.
Why was that unjust, though? You made a choice to bake a pie.
How did the Creator create the world? What do you believe is the
So if
Creator?
people have
How He
no
made it?
knowledge of what God wants, and God would condemn any amount of them to hell. God is an unjust bad person,
if I'm Antifa,
bad entity.
But if I'm Antifa and I'm weak-minded and somebody takes advantage of me and I commit a crime and kill someone, is it just to send me to jail, even though I'm weak-minded and someone took advantage and deceived me into an extreme ideology that I was not capable of understanding?
You're asking about something totally different.
No,
from what
I'm
asking.
not, because what I'm saying is that a lot of people that you're saying, like, well, they're not horrible people. I'm saying a lot of people have been deceived into accepting things that cause them to reject God. That's what's so scary about it, is that the devil is a great deceiver. So somebody, like, let's just say that accepts that God does not exist, maybe in and of themselves, they wouldn't have naturally come to that. People have influenced them, come into their lives, and deceived them into thinking there is no God. And they've read books, and they've been reinforced in that idea and been like, okay, yeah, there's no God. Those people that reinforce their idea that God is not real are inherently evil. Those are
Cindy,
evil
why
people.
Are you evil?
I don't think she spends her time trying to convince people God isn't real.
She just did.
No, I think she's on a journey herself and trying to understand.
Why don't you believe in God?
My view.
So define atheism as
Okay.
you see it.
So atheism, in my view, is, and I think a lot of people get this wrong, particularly in the United States, and I will highlight here too that the majority of people in Australia are a-religious. So it is, I come from a country of a-religious people. It's not really a big thing. So the way that I define it is the disbelief in a deity.
Still, chance
So
I
I
guess
do not
we're
believe
pagans.
that there
It
is
seems
any
less like
deity.
they could
I
be
don't
converted
believe
as
in a
opposed to be gods.
supreme overlord power that makes decisions and loves me. I think that's patently absurd. I fully reject it. I fully reject the idea of submitting to a higher power.
I feel like
fully
a lot
reject
of
the idea
Christians do
of
view pagans worse than
worshiping a
atheists.
higher power.
Do
No,
you believe a higher
I
power?
don't believe anyone's worse than anyone.
So you're agnostic.
No. Atheism is not
The thing is with Christianity, it should be teaching is
theism. It
Without
doesn't
theism.
like
it doesn't
you as individual
reject
person
the
mean
idea
nothing,
of-
because no matter what your actions are, what you
Well,
do,
I think that it's
you-
myopic.
no matter what you do in life, you do not rate getting into heaven by your actions, because
Well, I
it takes
think myopic
perfection to get into
suggests
heaven.
that because you
Which
don't
that's what
believe in God,
Jesus
that-
was.
that
Jesus
means
was
you don't
perfect.
believe in anything. I think that's really what.
Jesus was perfect, and so I already know by the measure of getting into heaven, I've already failed. I failed a million times over, and I'll fail a million times over again. But the deal with Christianity is by grace, by God's mercy, the fact that He sent His Son to die for me, for my sins, for everyone's sins, I just choose Jesus. That's what saves me, not the fact of my actions. So I don't believe that anyone's worse than anybody. I don't believe I'm better than an atheist. My actions would put me in the same place as atheists. The only difference that I've done is I've chosen Jesus as my Savior, where an atheist doesn't want to believe in Jesus. So no one's better or worse than each other as far as like standard of God, because we all have failed, and we all fail constantly. So it's not anyone's better or worse. It's just I put my faith in somewhere else.
one-dimensional, and I don't think that's representative of what I personally think.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be wearing a mask at work. It doesn't always happen.
Prather, who lives in Texas, for people who don't know.
Reincarnation is a
And I
big
said to
thing in
him,
paganism.
Polytheism.
Then why do you suck so bad? If you reincarnated, you should have figured the system
He
out.
laughed and he said, "Well, Sydney, I think you should probably think about that a little bit harder." And I said, "Well, I have thought about it in quite like a lot of detail." And the reason that I say this, and people have all kinds of opinions about this particular statement, I know that, but it's like, if you are a supreme deity, why wouldn't you delegate?
The definition from Oxford of theism is the belief in the existence of God or gods.
Yes, and that's why I just said I reject theism. I don't believe in a god. I don't believe in gods. If I did, it would probably be a polytheistic.
But I think the problem is your perception of what God means.
Okay, so when I think of God, I think of this bearded creature in the sky, a supreme.
Basically, you just got to know which people to wear a mask around and which ones you don't require.
Good theologist has ever claimed that's what God is.
That's what I think.
That's Family Guy and The Simpsons.
That's where my brain goes to this like supreme entity.
You don't view God as a bearded man in the clouds or anything.
No, that's a Hollywood depiction. Just
but if I'm going to give it a face, that's what I think of. But I'm saying that I think of it as a supreme entity.
Just like I say he's Jesus. I'm joking. We're both joking. That's
how
it's a metaphor.
Yeah.
My vision of to the best of my human capabilities of what a god of what God is or may be, considering that.
Yeah.
I mean,
like basically, that's it. You just gotta know who cares and who doesn't. Then take your mask off whenever they're not around.
To compute and comprehend are so vastly limited that it would be absurd to even try to fathom what God could be. But in my mind, I would describe it's mostly indescribable to explain what I've seen, through my conversations and my travels and my understandings. But it would be more like a massive field of energy in multiple dimensions. Maybe like check out an E8 Light group.
Look at the CMBR. You could probably pull up a picture of the cosmic microwave background radiation. They found this with radio telescopes.
That's
it's
really
left
cool.
over. Yeah, and it seems like it's fluxing through star systems and like possibly animating matter. Like your heart beats. It's like electricity's flying through you every
That's really cool.
second.
But Tim, you said just before, and not to derail you, but you said before that something about everything being perfect, and I posit and I disagree with you fully on that. You have nothing to compare it to. So how could you be arrogant enough to say that things are perfect when you have nothing to compare it to? Which other planet have you been to?
Planet?
Yeah. Have you been outside of
Who's
this
talking
planet?
about planets?
Have you been? I mean, I guess the thing is, right, and Christians love to say this too.
Have you ever seen a ham sandwich just appear in front of you?
What? But that's so arbitrary as a concept and a statement. Have you ever come into contact with another life form that's not of this planet?
What does that have to do with what I said?
Well, because that has to do with whether or not you can actually make the statement that things are perfect. Because if you can compare this to something else,
we can.
Then what other species? What humanoid?
We're talking about species. We're not talking about species. We're talking about constructs and existence.
And you've never come into contact with one that doesn't come from this planet. So therefore, you have nothing to compare.
Who's
to.
talking about creatures?
I am, because.
But it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. You're creating.
Not a good person.
Are you saying
I'm
that?
talking about the laws of physics have never changed, and we've never experienced anything.
Why would they change?
Well, they have
because
changed.
they're perfect.
Why would they
No, they
be-
change over time as we develop new laws.
What I mean is
I'm
math
not-
is
I'm not
absolute.
smart enough for this conversation.
Our understanding.
I gotta.
Laws are like
listen. Our understanding of physics may change over time, but math is absolute.
well,
as to
we
the
didn't
best of
used
our
to have the
understanding.
zero. They invented the
Yes,
number zero at one point.
We didn't invent it. They discovered
the idea.
The placeholder.
And so the point is, there is a code that makes up the universe, and it is perfect. We do not see all of a sudden being like, hey guys, remember how the speed of light was a constant at this, that, and otherwise? It changed overnight. Or one day I was measuring a photon in my laboratory, and it went a little bit slower than last time. Those anomalies don't exist, and it could be because maybe the universe is
Wait,
imperfect.
can I ask you why electrons behave differently when recorded based off of human objects?
That
Very
is not
interesting.
true. You see, the problem is people read pseudo-hippie bullshit like double slit experiment from What the Bleep Do We Know, and they don't understand.
Everyone's
it
getting
because they
so
don't-
stressed out
they're-
in this
they're not experts in
conversation.
this field. They then take
Not a good
this
first one.
tidbits of information. The way I describe it is, you've got to connect the dots puzzle with 15 trachigillion dots, and you've connected 17 of them, and you're like, damn. The double slit experiment was basically, they fired electrons through a single slit, and it made a particle pattern. They then did 2 slits, and they got a wave pattern, but they expected to find 2 particle patterns, meaning a wave pattern is like if you dropped something in water and a wave is emitted from it. A particle pattern is like firing a BB at a wall. Now, what they decided to do is figure out what changed, so they measured it. They decided to measure which slit
There's a lot that goes into
being fired through.
being a good
Strangely,
person,
then,
though.
They got a particle pattern, and they said,
Started your
"Whoa,
classes.
what's
Ugh.
going on?" The hippies
Classes
then
sound
went,
like it sucks.
"Dude, simply by recording it, it fucking changed." And the smart guy in the room said, "Dude, if you're trying to measure the distance that a rabbit is running and you drop a tape measure next to it, the rabbit runs the other direction. We don't say simply by virtue of watching the rabbit
I don't think
changed
that's the conclusion.
directions."
I mean, when I was in quantum chemistry and quantum physics, that wasn't what they were saying would happen. I mean, maybe the hippies were saying that. It was just talking about how the laws around us, the behavior of matter, the behavior of force, and the way that things associate, it seems to be influenced largely by things outside of what can be quantified and measured. And so that's where we understand about antimatter or
dramatically different
calculus.
statement from
Gross.
our observations of
well, I'm
fact
saying
reality.
our observation, meaning
Y'all
the
ready
way
for
that we
Samhain?
interact with matter, the way that
Samhain?
matter
What's
interacts with
Samhain?
itself, the way that antimatter, dark matter, things that we even use words for like dark matter but don't quite understand that well, would be interesting. That we're saying things aren't always as they appear. Like things are not just as easy as we can just measure things and explain the Earth. There are different forces and things interlinking and locking that are very complex, that show us that there are things beyond us, beyond what we think we know in this dimension. That it's
Halloween.
Like, I
Oh,
think we would probably
yeah.
get along
All
very
the
well.
sleuths
Just
come out.
string theory and this understanding also too of interlocking dimensions. You know, there's a reason why people, I believe thoroughly, like you always wonder, why do we explore space and push that so much when we don't even know what's going on in the ocean? I mean, it's an interesting question. Like we have so little to know about the ocean itself, which in some ways could be a lot easier to explore, and there's so much to understand, yet we push and we always I would say even I don't know what the right word would say, but we romanticize space travel.
It's
and
cultural, though.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's just an interesting thing when scientifically there's so much more, even a cost-efficient way we can understand about even the world here by just going into the ocean, is that we can't really explain everything with the current way we understand science, because science and the laws explain what we can see, feel, and experience and know. But there's
second
things
job.
beyond
It's
that,
right. It's simple.
that it's just
and
it's very.
I'm about to be God. I don't know if I'll be streaming because I'm gonna be in Wyoming,
if you were inside
working
of
like
an
72 hours a week,
you could only ever see the
just
color
for
of
either
the
2 weeks or maybe up to a month. I don't
A
know.
character in GTA doesn't go to the TV screen and bang and go, "What's out there? I can see something." You can't see anything. But what I'm saying.
Why? Because my job needs people up there.
I make a
They're
program,
desperate.
A video game. I've made many. I'll make a game. I made a game once where you're.
They're willing to fly me up there, put me in a hotel, and have me work up to from 60 to 72 hours a week, which is a shit ton of overtime, and I'll take it.
15. And at some point, randomly, a monster just blinked into existence in front of me and fell down. And then I was like, "Oh crap! What did I do?" There was a glitch. There was an object that had a code that said create object, C17. That shouldn't have been in there. I don't know how it got actually
Keystone
put in there.
Pipeline?
The
No.
code was imperfect. And as I was venturing through the factory, something blinked into existence.
Right, something that unintended. Okay, I get you. I
That
get
doesn't
you.
happen in real life.
Well, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, you don't want to blow your brains out fire.
with
having
you're
all
not
these
gonna see
jobs.
a ham sandwich fall out of the sky.
But on
There's
the other hand, do what you gotta do.
But would you notice if there was a glitch?
Now the other, so what you may be now getting into is potentially like the Mandela effect. Maybe there are glitches in reality,
Or like
and our memories are changed.
Or like a
because
video. That technology 300
No,
years
no,
ago,
no.
you could never
In-
see a sandwich appear in front of you.
in-
Now you turn on the TV and you can.
in Grand Theft
In the
Auto,
future, you'll be able to atomically print one.
in Grand Theft Auto, when you put in a cheat code and make a helicopter appear, the NPC characters don't go, "Whoa, what just happened?" To them, nothing happened because they can't perceive of it. So it's entirely possible the glitches happened all around us, but we, as elements within the construct, can't comprehend it.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I understand. I mean, I still disagree,
So,
but I
here's-
understand. That makes sense.
So,
yes.
have you ever heard the phrase Einsteinian God?
No.
So I think the issue with people who are typically like, "I'm an atheist," is that their view of God is based on cartoons and cultural depictions of a man with a beard, instead of a massive E8 Lie group of interdimensional interlocking pieces of a massive
Go kayaking.
that
Probably
people
will.
begin to fathom.
The 1 day a week I get off, I'm probably gonna go try to like
Imagine
a hike or do something like that.
Mansion, and you can only look through the keyhole, and then within it, you
Yeah.
don't see anything. You say, there must be nothing inside this building. Instead of being like, whatever this is
Whitewater
so
Road would be
far
fun.
beyond my ability to comprehend it. There is something substantially above me, my ability to compute. And I would say this, based on the fact that we can make computers, which have substantially more computational power than the human mind, within certain degrees, like
Do I think working changes someone's minds over time?
It is entirely likely that.
I mean, probably in a lot of ways. Probably because you're hanging out with different people, you gain different personality traits, you see different things you like, you develop a sense of working.
If you take into consideration,
So yeah, I think probably working a job does change you in many ways.
There is certainly a higher power.
Even if the job's easy to change you, because then you get used to it. You're coddled with these jobs like I am now. I'm afraid the next real job I have where I actually have to do something, I'm gonna be lazy about it.
People that like screams into the other room and is like, "Wow!" yelling into like a pillow. No, honestly, no. I'm completely fine to be wrong. I just think for a lot of it, I just go, I don't know, and I'm not arrogant enough to say that I do.
No, that's agnosticism.
No, okay. I think that perhaps then no. I've always said that I'm an atheist because I don't believe in a God. That's how I conceptualize
But
atheism.
you think God's a dude with a beard?
That's how I physically think of it, but it is to me this
What's up, Worm?
omnipresent entity.
Mystic, what's
That
going
is how
on?
I conceptualize a
Stick it to the man.
Does energy exist?
Bo show.
Can it be?
Buy guns, stick it to the man.
I suppose so. No. Yes.
Well,
No, it can't.
We don't think
Yes.
it can.
No,
You
it
can't.
can't.
We don't. We think it can't be, but we don't know for sure.
Our
That's the law, right?
But I think that- hold on,
understanding, it's what, the second law of thermodynamics?
I think all of this is perception based too, because I think you would need to be more specific about what do you mean by energy, like
literal physical, like the physics definition of what energy is.
There's 3 of them.
because you guys also
Right, but-
you have
but-
to remember, like, I'm not, and I freely admit this, I'm smart, but I'm not on this level of smart. I don't
do
talk
electrons
about
exist?
yes.
Can electrons be destroyed?
See, I don't even know the answer to that question because I don't do the whole.
Do you
anything
do
I
the whole
understand. There's a couple
bow
topics
fishing?
that I am.
Yeah, if I was actually good with a bow, it'd be pretty
experiment,
fun.
Can't I?
Yeah,
That I'm
fuck yeah.
shit at.
A line
okay?
cook.
Physics, one of them. I and you know what? It's funny because
It doesn't sound fun.
Simple answer.
Yeah, me too.
As much as my wife
Even
gripes about having to,
if
when she
electrons
did work
can
in
be
the
destroyed,
restaurant
why
industry,
assert you do
I wouldn't want
there's
it.
no God?
Well, I mean, that's a great question. One I don't have a simple answer to, and I'd have to think about it.
Do you say
See,
you
I-
believe there's none, or that you don't believe there is one?
I don't believe there's one.
So that's different than saying you know for a fact that there is none.
Like I said, I
Agnostic.
don't.
Well, why wouldn't there be?
Lawn Johns.
Electron? Like, I mean, why
Ugh.
would it be
Well,
on the
why does
table?
everything have to come back to this bloody physics stuff? I don't understand.
This
Like,
bloody
why is there-
physics
It's a
stuff.
simple point
I'm not
to connect
using that.
so we have we have the nanoscale, the things we can actually see, and then the quantum scale. And so what I'm trying to do is present things from a more modern sensibility into the when people say that they're atheists, they're making a definitive statement about, I don't think that there is a God. And I'm like, do you think that oxygen exists?
Yes,
Why?
because I breathe it.
How do you know?
Because it fills my lungs. Because I'm sure that you can
Oxygen
measure.
doesn't fill your lungs.
You can measure.
Misha.
Have you ever done it?
You can measure oxygen, can't
Have you
though?
ever done it?
Measured oxygen?
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever looked at it through an electron microscope?
No.
You just choose to believe that people told you things that were true, because this is
Well,
the
it's-
fundamental nature of human beings.
But it's
We have-
proven. The existence
proved-
of
who
God
proved it?
is not proven.
No, no, no. I know.
Science.
I know.
There's something nice about physical work.
Who?
Yes. So
You don't even know.
I
The problem I have with this is that
just 'cause I'm about to do a lot of talking. Physical work is nice because it's like nice to build something and do something with your hands. Like I built my patio, and I'm really proud of it, and I like it, and I can't wait to get some patio furniture and put on it and sit out there and be like, yeah, I built this thing, because it took me a long time, and it cost me quite a bit of money of all the resources I had to buy and the materials, and then like I said, it was physical labor while I was out there sweating. So it is nice to build something. I like doing physical stuff more as a hobby than an actual job, because when you go and do it, try repairing pallets for a living. Yeah, doing something like that, or like roofing, or doing something like physical labor where you're breaking your body down, usually for crap pay, that sucks. I like having the easy job that I do have, where I'm not breaking my body down. I'm got energy when I get home. I can play with my kids. I can go do stuff with my kids. My knees aren't shot. Like my dad worked in the oil field since he was 18. Physically demanding job, and he was, by the time I was even just 8 years old and he was wanting to play baseball with me, he could only do it for a little bit of time because his knees would start hurting or something would start hurting. He was breaking down. So I like the idea that I have an easy job, that my body's going to last longer, where I can enjoy it with my family for a longer period of time. But it is nice to do physical stuff just like on your own.
I'm not saying my belief in God is based on the massive structure that is the universe and the code which we're trying to decipher. Says to me that there is a computational power above our own mind, something bigger,
Well, there you go.
more powerful beyond our comprehension.
Just building pallets.
I don't view God as a person based on some cultural construct.
Yeah, so,
but I also
then
think,
we're not even talking about the same thing.
but you're
That's a big part of it.
This is the problem
you
with
define what you're talking about before
Right.
you start
This is
talking
why I
about it.
hate these conversations.
That's why
because
you're not atheist.
This is why I hate these conversations, because I get stuck in these situations where I go, I don't want to argue the nitty gritty of bloody freaking quantum physics. Like,
It's not about quantum physics, it's about philosophy.
and I actually hate these conversations. Elijah will tell you, I bow
You know,
out.
I know you do, and I think that's kind of what's an interesting thing that I find at a certain point of, even when you're talking about why you're not convinced, is that I also believe that there's a certain point where people do make their own decision, and the only thing that's going to change them is going to be divine intervention. And I honestly firmly believe this, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not an illogical person. And in fact, that's why even sometimes a lot of Christians get really mad at me, because, you know, they'll take the stance of, let's say, what the church has said. And I'll be like, well, bloody read the Bible and look at it.
Bloody read the Bible.
I'm just going somewhere like this. See what it says here and realize that not everything everybody says is exactly true. You've got to research and understand yourself. But also realize that things, if God is a God of logic and of reality and things defy logic, then it's probably not, either it's not reality or there's other aspects of God that are spiritual though. But I'm saying for me, this is where people can't deny that. For me understanding God was like I would try to understand him just through, you know, reason and reading books. And it did make sense. I mean, the theory and the idea of who God was, I was on a genuine, you know, mode to find him. But of course I was strung out on coke and, you know, and just kind of effing around and whatnot, and I was lost in the world. Now
Strung out on coke.
And you know, when I first met God and when God met me, I'd never had a really truly spiritual time. I mean, one time when I was taking a 5-MeO dipped in mushrooms, I had like gotten possessed by an entity.
Oh, that happened to me once.
Yeah.
I don't want to stand
But
no,
dude,
I'm saying this.
I stayed calm and it turned into God.
Well, no, I'm coming to this. I'm saying I'd had a spiritual experience, but I wrote it off from drugs. That being said, I had gotten off drugs completely. I was living a sober lifestyle.
God.
I was not doing anything. And I definitely had an experience where I spoke to God, and I had the Spirit of God give me an ultimatum in that I could confess my sins, I could turn my life to him, and that he would change my heart. And he did. And my life forever changed in a moment. And I'm telling you, that's why I'm not here on to convince you, like, hey, so you go do what I did and then have God convince you. I do believe that humans debate this stuff with a missing factor, which is the spiritual factor of who God is.
And there is a very, very simple, child-level common sense.
That's right. When you hit your 30s, is when it all starts going downhill.
Is that I sit before me with two absolutists. You know for
What's
sure
my job?
nothing, and you refuse
Haha.
to even entertain the notion that you don't know.
No, I've admitted like a
I'm not gonna talk about it.
So
you're agnostic.
my mind.
Just in case someone ever
So you're
figures it
not an
out.
atheist.
I'm 99% atheist.
That would mean you're not.
I don't want to subscribe to your terminology for this. I don't want to be agnostic. I don't like it, and I'm not going to call myself an agnostic.
Streamer.
I believe in God.
I'm a mailman.
Right? Atheist means you
No,
don't
I
believe
wouldn't
in
make the
God.
money I
No,
do
you're
being a
not.
mailman.
It's not that complicated.
It doesn't
like,
mean that you're saying there is none. That's an extreme statement. No, that doesn't
That's
make
what
any
And I
sense.
literally
Agnosticism
started this
is.
off by saying polytheism makes much more sense to me. And if I were to ever subscribe to an ideology, it would be one that has multiple gods.
An agnostic atheist. I think of myself as an agnostic. I don't know if I'd call it a theist though, because I'm not a scientist. Oh, maybe an agnostic scientist.
Here's my issue.
And there's plenty of reasons,
here's-
honestly, Tim.
Where
why
we
back up.
go on, we go
Yeah, I
on.
don't know
Thanks for the
what you
follow.
guys are talking about. Absolutely
MAGA.
not. I fully admit I am not smart enough for this.
This is the-
I
this is
freely
the-
Maybe.
admit that.
I don't know
I'm
if
all
Trump's
for it.
coming back.
I'll just be the cute girl that's sitting over here
The-
playing with the obsidian. Like,
Have you taken
The
mushrooms
ultimate
yet?
Covering up.
philosophical
no, I don't do
issue.
drugs.
Alien Cyborgs
Anti-
Area 51.
anti the drug
Man, you
times.
got me.
The philosophical issue before us
You got me.
Girl.
is that we have two people who have read things from other people without testing it themselves. Well, I guess you said you've had the experience. with God.
65K for the US is awesome,
Claim to
yeah.
know things that you've
If you don't live in a big city, probably like if you made 65K like in
I think that
Virginia,
growing up kind
New
of, like,
York,
very
California,
considered- I
I'm
don't
pretty
think
sure like
I
Washington,
understand
Oregon, it's
this
probably not that
is
good, at least in the
why
cities.
I don't believe in
No, I'm saying
God.
that you have this deep-seated religion within you.
It's
of-
not a religion. I hate when people say this too. It's just, it's like,
You literally have a faith.
No, I don't. I just don't believe in God.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the
You
idea
believe in the faith
that
in something, but it's not God.
Things you've never actually investigated.
Like that there's oxygen?
Yes.
Should I not believe that there's oxygen?
I think it's fair to believe there's oxygen, but I also think you need to have an iota of the philosophical understanding that you've chosen.
Agnostic says one who believes it is impossible to know whether there is a God, one who is skeptical about the existence of God, but does not profess true atheism.
Okay, Tim, then I don't believe there's bloody oxygen until I find a scientist who can show me oxygen. Will that make you feel better?
Until you yourself actually do the experiments, you can't say that you know
Fine,
things.
someone set me up. Let's do some experiments to find out if there's oxygen, and then I can say that
Working class. In Texas, if you're making $100,000, you're pretty freaking rich.
No one can set up a test.
Like, you're pretty freaking rich if you're making over 100K.
Approximately no
I would say, for 30, but between $0 to probably around like $30,000 to $40,000, you would be like, I guess what you're calling the working class. And middle class in Texas is probably somewhere about like 50,000 to like, I guess you could probably say 100. If you start making up above 100, you're doing pretty dang well.
And the point is, if we taught kids, at the end, we choose trust and faith in those who come before us, maybe we'd have a lot more people who would be discerning into the news they read. Instead, they say, CNN said yesterday to wear a mask. Today, they say to wear 2 masks. I believe whatever the fuck they say.
But I would never say. I would tell you to test and try. I would tell you if you come logically. Look, I say to seek God, and if you come to the
making 24K is hell of money.
It's not for me, and I don't want this. I encourage free will, and I would say that I understand there's a consequence for everything, and there's an action and reaction. We're in a circular loop of where things always have some sort of immediate response. But the
word mortgage means death pledge.
That's why this is where the very far right really hates me.
Unless you have money,
they want like a theocratic.
But who would be dumb enough to have those?
Me.
I like them.
And I don't
like kiddos
because I believe free will is important for people to seek it. And if people genuinely don't find it, that's why I also believe when I was seeking through reason that God met me in a way that I needed, that went beyond understanding, that gave me peace that was beyond understanding. And I have to say this, that I believe that God transcends. It's kind of funny when you're talking about God. It's like, I agree with your video game thing. When people say explain eternity, I'm like, well, it's when I'm in a finite mind with constructs of understanding time and a space continuum, it's hard for me to explain eternity because I'm created in a way that I can't quantify that, and I can't explain that exactly. That's why it's sometimes to say I don't know.
You can't handle a little human being.
God, it's like, I believe God relates to us. He gives us in the Word of God in the Bible ways so we can try to understand Him. I don't believe that's even in iota. Your word, the fraction of a fraction of a fraction of understanding truly who and what God is. I believe that God gave us Christ as a way for us to try to understand Him and to relate to us. But I do not believe that God can be fully understood. I believe that God should be feared, loved, and respected. But I think that's because
you'd kill the puppy.
I would never want to force anyone to believe in God or say blindly trust that God is real. I would say seek and you will find.
I remember reading that famous philosophical line, true wisdom.
Tell me an idea that...
And I remember reading that when I was like a little kid.
What Vosh? Where does Vosh line up on the right on anything?
Break. I know that's true. What a stupid... What the people think they're so smart. And then I got older and I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah. I think it'll go through the window.
You think it'll go through the window, and then I started growing up and learning that you don't know it will go through the window.
Yeah, whenever you get old, you're gonna want to have kids to help take care of you.
The window could be bulletproof. The window could be made of plastic.
And you're gonna have done a good job of raising them, making them good people, where they just don't like throw your ass to the wolves.
As I actually started learning from people and asking them their views. And then I came
Bosch
to a
is
point
pro-gun.
where I was challenged by some religious people. I grew up Catholic.
I mean,
left the church. I never really
that is mostly something on the right, but there's the people on the left extremists believe in that as well.
Ultimately, I was like, damn, how could there be so many people that are 100% sure on this side that this is true? And
thinks people can be
on this
racist
side
against white
who are
people.
100%
Oh my
sure
God.
The opposite is true. When they both possibly can't be true at the same time, they're contradictory. How do people think they just know things and are so willing to assert fact that they've never actually seen, witnessed, or tested, or any of that stuff, regardless of whether it's science or religion? And so right now we have the rise of scientism. And we also have religion. And in many aspects, it's all very dogmatic. But true science is saying, we're probably wrong on this one, but this is our best understanding so far. That's why I always really loved it, and err on the side of science is probably right. You know, I got a little box here that can grant me the summation of human knowledge so far. I'm pretty impressed by that. And the fact is, I've built things like this myself with that knowledge. So I can actually test that, and I have. So I lean towards trusting a lot of the literature that we have, though it's mostly being corrupted. In the end, though, people need to understand
Rubles.
philosophy better. Because if they're going to have any kind of
$2,000.
understanding of what the universe is and what life is and what we're supposed to be doing, blindly just
Moscow's
believing
not
is
Russia.
always the problem. And that is what drives me. You know why I hate the fucking media so much? and why
Racism is
everything
powerful
they
as
do is the
prejudice.
media
You have to
is
have
trash.
both.
And why I hate the neocons and the Democrats so much is because they just say
Griefing
stupid bullshit.
King,
People
thanks
go,
for the follow.
"Stupid bullshit confirmed." And I'm like, you're a fucking moron. Have a little doubt. Have a little skepticism.
But I agree with you. This is what's interesting.
Even
This
if
is
you
why I
hate
say,
someone that's white,
how
you
am
can't
I
be
really
racist towards them.
Sid? And this is why, again, I brought this up multiple times. But why a lot? I would say, apparently some people like me, but a lot of groups don't. Is because
I like
every
you.
because
I like you
because,
just
because
fine.
well because groups hear things that I say and they go, you must be like us, and then they're like, then they hear something else. It's like, oh, you're not like us. I'm going, well, my point is not to seek and to find truth for the sake of fitting into your group. My point is that I'm seeking and trying to find the truth. And even to this day, like when it comes to faith, that's why we're saying, well, you didn't give me an answer. It's going, well, because
The weird one, thanks for the follow.
that could just say yes or no, but this is a complex answer, and it is not just a yes or no. This is something that requires that this is based.
Save
on
the
the
babies,
knowledge
indeed.
you have. And that's not popular with anyone. It's not popular with
Poor little
atheists,
kiddos
it's not popular
getting
with Christians,
massacred
but it's
left
the
and
closest
right.
thing to the truth that I've found now. And even as I seek, I can be friends with someone. I love being friends with someone who's an atheist, because you know what? Not only is it like I don't have this elitist thing, and she knows this, where a lot of Christians
Sacrificing our babies to the god of oneself.
because I'm
To
going to
convert
proselytize
her.
them, and I'm going to convert them, and they're going to become.
I used to, like, you hear about people, like,
I'm friends with people. I go in going,
sacrificing their children back in the days
I'm going in,
to
you know,
Baal.
I know the truth.
And you're like, man, that's some evil shit, you know, but I'm like, man, it's even more evil now that you're like, people are
Even
sacrificing
now, sometimes there are things that I
their
realize
children just to themselves so that they can
a lot of this
live a
stuff
better
is
life.
even in the religious side of Christianity.
It's not that they even
is
believe in
extremely
anything, it's just
narcissistic and
themselves.
prideful and very much condemning, and I take the criticisms actually really well that people have of the faith and of the church. I go, those are really valid. Actually, I didn't even see those. That's actually a valid perspective. But I also understand too that there is, I think, in the human spirit of intellect, this idea of always seeking and never arriving at the truth. Where, like you said, I have experienced God, and I'm convinced 100% that God is real, that He's the way, the truth, and the life, and that I know I sound crazy to people, and this is what's funny, is it does not help my
Like see
career.
babies.
It does not help me. It's never helped me in science. It's never helped me with anything, being that, like, I have this
Solution to
spiritual-
the abortion problem: don't have sex.
Even, like, against more-
That would work.
I think I've said this before on the show. I pray in tongues. You know how much that I was given
Way ahead of you.
language with God. It's not English. I can speak another language.
Make everyone
God, and
ugly,
I do
that
it
way no
every
one's
day.
having sex.
And that's what's crazy. That makes me sound like I'm nuts. And you know what? And I went to almost every Christian I know thinks that that's nuts. And that's okay. It's in the Bible, but it's okay. They think I'm crazy. And I don't push it on people. You don't see me coming on here being like, here's how to pray in tongues and let me do this and that.
Do you
know
just
what?
like give people a handful of tongues?
What? No, but like,
get
but
in.
it just, but meaning, and I know people disagree, and that's my point, because my pursuit hasn't been like, let me be the most popular Christian and say everything that's needed to be said. In fact, I'm a little rough around the edges. The Christians don't like me that much. The atheists don't like me that much. People don't like me a lot of times because I won't capitulate because I'm trying to find the truth. That's why I like you. I like you because when you're talking to her, you sound like a Christian apologist trying to get her to doubt her atheism. Not because you're trying to get her to become a Christian, but you're trying to get her to think. And I like that.
It's an issue of.
But I do think. I think.
I know
but
you
this
do,
is-
but I know
but
you.
th- and that, but this is why I hate these conversations because, again.
Trying to get me to think too, though. I'm just
No,
saying
no,
we're all doing
but
it.
I appreciate that. I really do because I do go away and I think about these things. But again, when my comprehension of an issue, and this is why Ian said it beautifully,
I
you
love
have to be
Ian.
coming at it from the same perspective. Otherwise, it just becomes a moot set of points, right? And so this is why, I mean, I'll say this about Elijah when it comes to this topic, and especially about his wife, because we have conversations about religion constantly, she and I do. And they're always very enlightening. I go in, I think about things, and in fact, many of the things she's told me have actually applied to my life, and it's made life better. Fun fact. There you go. But I like when people are respectful of this. And this is why, like, I got no skin in this game. I actually don't care. You believe in whatever the hell you want. You believe in whatever the hell you want. You believe. I don't care. It actually does not affect me.
I
I'm
don't
not
believe
out
you.
here. Huh?
I don't believe you.
I literally do not care.
Do you believe it's possible that there is a God?
Do I
Do
believe?
you believe there's a chance that there is a
I just
God
said
or
before,
gods?
there's like a 1% chance in my brain. And you want to
Okay.
call me an agnostic. Fine. As far as Tim's concerned, I'm now an agnostic.
Do you think it's possible for humans to even know if there's a God or gods or not?
I don't know. Haven't thought about it.
So,
Yep, it's pretty Hitleristic
is agnostic.
ideals, right?
But you refuse to say that. You have to be an atheist, which says to me you really do care and you don't want to just say, I don't know.
But I just said to you several times,
I know, but why won't-
don't know.
Right, which is why when
And that's often my answers to many of these questions. I just don't know because I've
which
thought,
is agnosticism.
I freely admit, again, this is why I think
Indeed.
that my definition of what it is to be an atheist is that you don't believe in God. And as far as I'm concerned, I do not believe in God.
Do you neither
That 1% chance doesn't mean anything.
Do you neither believe nor disbelieve in God? And do you think it's impossible for human beings to even know?
I don't believe that there is a God. That's it. Anything else? Energy, spirits,
Yeah,
blah,
yeah.
blah, blah.
I got
Fine.
an idea.
Cool.
Revelations, talking about the end times and the spirit and everything. I think that the people are tapped into a pure spirit, the spirituality, and that like the sun has a magnetic field, the earth has a magnetic field, the human body has a magnetic field, and that these fields are interacting and causing what I think of as the spirit. And we're purely in tune with it when we're created. And then we start to get corrupted by this three-dimensional experience, by poisons and toxins and foods and distractions. And our connection to this spiritual magnetic field is dissipated. And we're building this code as a body. When we die, the code goes off. If we don't understand how to interact with the field by the time our body dies, it doesn't interact with the field. And instead, what was left of our soul is sucked into some kind of body, like a star. It's gone to hell. It's taken away against our will. But if we're in tune with the spirit in our life, when we die, we understand how to be it.
I don't know. He's probably on.
And that
He's
is-
probably high on
If I was
something.
ever to do mushrooms again, it would have been with you.
Let's go.
We have gone.
Ian's a little weird.
So thank Lydia for pressing all the buttons for extended periods of time.
Lydia is
And-
so fresh.
Lydia is so. He's about to say precious. Just precious.
Before we get started with the full members podcast, we learned at the end of the main show that Project
That was-
Veritas'
I don't know.
headquarters has been
It was a religious argument, but kind of went nowhere.
The floodwaters from Hurricane Ida reached 5 to 6 feet and basically wiped out everything in Project Veritas' office. We have their Instagram post up right here. You can see them, Project Veritas. Urgent message
Jeez.
from James O'Keefe following the devastating flooding in Mamaroneck, New York, home of Project Veritas HQ. Those willing to help can support their efforts to rebuild with a tax-deductible donation to projectveritas.com/donate.
Yeah, you can call them. Marines call them portholes. If you have to wear glasses in boot camp, that's what they'll say. Hey, portholes, get over here.
Look at all that. I'm just like the art, the memories, the
Dude, even Retracto got it. The alpaca.
really?
Yeah.
No, not Retracto, the alpaca.
I mean, I know
But
it's a little.
they said the footage appears to be safe. That's good. So as long as their work remains, if they're going to operate, they're going to need help. So I'm definitely going to be reaching out to James. seeing, we can help them out. Absolutely, this storm was devastating, and we need Veritas. I think they're worthy of criticism for sure. Some of their stories, I think, some of their stories are massive and important. Like the recent one they did about this teacher in the school indoctrinating kids into communism, getting fired. We need that exposed because they'll lie and claim it's not happening until someone does it. And the only people doing it are people like James O'Keefe. So shout out James. I wish you the best, and we'll, I'll be reaching out if you guys can help. ProjectVeritas.com/donate. And that being said, let's talk about the story. Now, we're going to lead with the Jay Leno thing. This segment's more to do with what's happening with China and the U.S., but I think the story about Jay Leno
China.
really does, well, it fucks with you, doesn't it? It's sad. Jay Leno on cancel culture. You either change with the times or you die.
These are their lives. They will
Jay,
blame
Jay
themselves.
Leno,
They start to regret their
late night
their
veteran
problem.
star, is a pathetic coward and one.
Except Worm, like I kind of had that agreement, and I think about the people that get abortions. I'm like, okay, well, more than likely, it'll probably keep a lot of people that don't need kids from having kids, and it'll keep a lot of people from creating probably more bad people and do this. But then when you really think about the implications of that, you're like, okay, what culture am I celebrating? You're celebrating culture to end lives based off, these things that you really don't know. Think of the potential of human life that is being taken away from that. And not to mention the most innocent of life being taken away. If you start supporting a culture that does that, how much longer is it going to be until you can if you have a baby up to 2 years old or a toddler, if you can't financially support them, then you should just be able to kill them. You should be able to throw them in the fires, the pit, throw them off a cliff, do it. It is a terrifying culture. It's a terrifying idea that has a slippery slope. That if you can to take a life for the sake of convenience, and I encourage. Oh, like right now we're in the foster program. We're trying to get to be foster parents, but this is where people, especially on the right, that we're already having kids more than people on the left. But I just look at it from a tactical standpoint. People on the right need to start adopting kids more and more and fostering them and taking them, and then raising kids to be more right-leaning individuals. That from a tactical standpoint, if people don't want to have their kids, then they have the ability to put them up for adoption, and then people on the right should be scooping them up and loving them, showing them a great home, making them their own kids, and teaching them how to be what they believe as good, productive members of society.
That's my assessment.
I thought that was what the article said.
You either well, that was the No, they say the 71-year-old former Tonight Show icon spoke up about the movement, which has resulted in
Africa's a lot of mercy killings.
deals,
Ugh.
and even fans for jokes that have been deemed too offensive. He suggested that he doesn't stress about the idea of getting canceled. Instead of cracking one-liners carelessly and seeing where laughs land, the star of the upcoming You Bet Your Life revival said he simply tweaked his approach.
Okay, wait, hold on. This is a good segue because I need to go to the gym. I'm going to take a break, go to the gym, do chest and tries, and then I'll be back.
Approach. That's called like dropping to your knees. And
We're back.
when I do a gig in Utah and they'll go, look, we don't want any drug jokes. We don't want any sex jokes. I go, okay, I'll take those out. And they do something else. Leno said in a recent interview with the LA Times. You know, to be fair, though, I remember the very famous comedy routine from George Carlin where he wanted to swear and say 7 dirty words, but the government and the censor said, well, you can't say those words on TV. And he went, oh, I'm so sorry. I won't say any of them. Because that's what happened.
And he said all of them.
Yeah.
He never pledged not to say them. He went on stage and said shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and then later he added what didn't he add some more? No, that was it, right? Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker,
Asshole?
asshole.
No, that's not one of the original band words. I'm not sure what it is.
That's only 6. Wait, shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker. What's the last one?
What's the 7th word?
There's lots of words I can think of right now, but I don't think they're going to be on that list.
Well, anyway, the
It's
point
funny
is,
that piss was
I'm
one of
gonna
those
say
words.
them here.
Tits.
Tits.
Was it? Oh, it's
Oh,
tits.
yeah, yeah.
Tits.
You're right.
They were like illegal. That's
But back
crazy
then, he got
to say
arrested for
piss.
this. Here's the best part here on timcast.com. I can
Tits.
say shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits. George Carlin. Great guy. Freedom. And he was a lefty guy. Now Jay Leno's like, well, I just won't say it anymore because, people are offended.
Jay's been notoriously, he's been known for being kind of a shill, like a corporate sellout,
A shill. He
plastic
is a
comedy.
career-long talentless hack, and I'm not even slightly surprised
How do you
that
really
he's
feel?
willing to lick the boot or the ass or the balls or the tits or the piss or whatever he's told to do. Not
Wow,
surprised at all.
uncensored. I see a new side of Chris.
This is the Chris we're meant
I
for.
think I
You're
said
welcome,
the 7
members.
dirty words like 4 or 5 times.
I think this would only be shocking, like that Jay Leno censored his comedy to avoid cancel culture if he was ever funny to begin with.
Exactly.
Well, he never really was a very
I
funny
mean, it makes
person,
sense if
but
you're gonna be in
this is
showbiz that
very
long. You probably.
I actually know. I
I
do
bent the knee a
understand.
long time
I would
ago.
appreciate it if Jay Leno would censor his comedy
Yeah,
because it's not funny.
Yeah.
Ah.
I've been watching a lot of Howard Stern, Conan. And a couple weeks ago, I went deep on Stern and Conan, and they both hate Leno. I mean, they're like the most vocal, probably the people that know the most about why. Like, Leno screwed Conan over. He basically left the Tonight Show, gave Conan the job, and then took a show later. Was like, what am I going to do? I'll take the other show. Was it right after, right before
Yeah.
his?
Yeah.
Took his old time slot back, moved Conan back, and then 6 months later, Conan's show wasn't doing well because Leno was before him still, and they took the show away from Conan.
Well, Conan walked. He was like, I don't care.
I think they fired him.
No, he walked. He went to do Conan on TBS. But I think that officially
I think
ended.
they fired him, dude. From what I was watching, they said that
He
Yes.
got a payout.
NBC
I'm not sure what the circumstances
was like,
were,
yeah, it's
but-
not working. He's like, it's a little early to decide that. And they're like, nah, it's not.
But the whole history of the Tonight Show is nothing but backstabbing. And,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Like a nice
between
bunch.
Carson and Joan Rivers, and like just a nasty group of.
Joan wanted to be the host.
Yeah.
She was the guest host all the time for Johnny Carson, and then she got a show on another network, and then was banned from NBC. From NBC.
Yeah.
First time she was back on NBC was when Jimmy Fallon got the job.
Conan quit.
He did. Wow.
Yeah, he quit.
So they pressured him to
and
quit.
then- no, he quit, and then I got a settlement of $32 million.
What?
Yeah, big
Wow.
payout.
Good for
But it's
him.
funny you mentioned Stern though, because like it doesn't surprise me that Jay Leno is down with cancel culture. He'll do whatever he's told. He's never been funny. But Howard Stern, when he was a shock jock, he was kind of fun. Like, he was funny. I still like him, but he's another one. He's apologized. He is genuflected. He had for all the stuff that he's done. He's apologized for interviews. Apologized for bits that he did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is really pathetic because I
know.
think he's funny.
I love
think
him
he's
and
Pathetic.
Robin were pioneers, man. But to hear them talk about politics is like just so obnoxious.
Well, that reminds me of a thought I had, if I may. You are Tim's Robin,
I sure am.
and you're
Robin?
his Fred.
Yeah,
You're his,
Robin
you're his
Quivers.
Fred.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Howard Stern's co-host Robin Quivers. Been with him since the beginning.
Howard
basically.
Stern's a
Can I be
fucking
stuttering,
loser.
John?
I love that.
He
guy.
has become a total corporate douchebag.
Now he has.
Yeah.
Robin
Yeah.
Quivers was a captain in the military.
And
Yeah.
he has
badass.
He has oddly loyal fans, like bizarrely loyal. I have cousins who are Stern fans, but when he signed his last contract and then to celebrate took 3 months off, people were like, I give Sirius like $9 a month just to listen to you every day. and you're taking 3 months off. He got like was it $400 million?
Oh,
I mean, it was
massive,
something
massive.
absurd.
Okay.
Meanwhile, he's
Just a
gonna
month.
retire.
People listen
Yeah.
to his show.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. I think he signed another like 5-year, $400 million contract.
Massive money.
And it was back in June, and he said to celebrate, I am taking June, July, August
I remember
off.
that.
Yeah.
I was so mad.
And a lot of his fans, like my brothers, are they're blue collar New York guys, and $9.99 a month is. But to listen to him while they drive their truck or do whatever they do.
But they've probably been following him since the beginning.
Absolutely.
He was cool,
When he-
So
yeah.
they've had that lifelong commitment to Howard Stern, the old Howard
Crazy
Stern.
loyal fans. But I do feel like to a certain extent he was funnier when he had to censor for
Churning
TV
booze.
and for radio. Now that he
Oh, you're gonna be confrontational. Thanks for the
He's
follow.
not as funny as he used
He's
to
not
be.
as funny as he used to be, and he's another one of those people, these celebrities that the lockdown totally broke because he had to, because he's a germaphobe. And he went into his basement. He's been broadcasting from his basement for the past 14,
Oh, he has the
15 months.
communist fist in his brain.
Oh, he's totally gone.
Totally
Damn.
communist, yeah.
And not nearly as relevant as he used to be.
Yeah. I'm surprised he got that contract from Sirius because that's significant.
Pretty much all the interviews on
That's
YouTube
absurd
that I
money.
see with him is like 2 or more years old.
Yeah.
Something's happened. I haven't seen anything from him.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen Private Parts?
I love that.
Dude, that movie's amazing.
That movie's like Woody Allen.
Yeah,
it's that good.
It's the Howard Stern
Yeah.
movie. They basically Gene Siskel. I watched him on I think he was on Letterman and with Siskel and Ebert, and then Siskel was like, "If you really want to make it, Howard, you're going to need to do a documentary about you." And some director's going to make it happen. And then the next year, Private Parts came out. So
No
inspired
kidding.
by
Gene
Siskel.
Wow.
Howard's Private Parts is a brilliant movie.
Incredible.
It's hysterically fun.
Howard and Robin play themselves. Highly recommend. Have you ever seen Private Parts? You've got to watch it.
Jesus, it's
Incredible
great.
movie.
Look
It's
it
about
up,
the history
yeah.
of the Stern Empire.
You know what's really sad is you realize that Howard Stern is a shock jock who pushed the envelope, who challenged norms, and was carrying on a lot of the legacy of people like George Carlin when he was ship his fucking cocks on motherfucking tits. You realize they're just fucking losers who are just saying what they thought was popular. People like George Carlin, he got arrested for doing that bit. Okay, he was like, "Fuck you! I'm gonna say what I want," because he was a rebel.
Yeah.
And then someone like Howard Stern, you think he's a rebel and you think you've got allies, and it turns out he's just like, "Oh, people like that? I'll do it too." Now later on, the tide's turned, and he goes, "I never said those things. That's not true." And there's an interview where they were like, "You said the N-word," and he's like, "Nope, no, I didn't." And they're like, "We're gonna play for you. You saying the N-word? That's not. Nope. Wasn't me."
Yeah. And then even before Carlin, Lenny Bruce, and he didn't even curse. He just said things about the government. and they pulled him off stage and arrested him. And he didn't even use any vulgarity.
He got up there and just read pages from the Warren Report.
And he was arrested multiple times. So yeah, they did push the envelope, but stand on principles. But yeah, to see Howard sell out, to see Jay Leno sell out, it's all kind of.
You ever see George Carlin's early stuff?
No, not. Oh, a little.
Oh, and he's got the tie, and he's
Yeah.
a totally different person.
Yeah.
It's like he
Before the
looks like the
psychedelics.
Big Bopper. He's got like the perfectly parted hair and the little
Yep.
suit with the skinny lapels.
Yeah, that was like the 50s, wasn't
Sometime
it?
in like
Uh-huh.
1968, I think he started taking the acid.
Yeah.
Yes, never came back.
Yeah, I don't like to mention
Where
that.
Krusty pushes his hair back and ties it. And
If you're fully vaccinated with the 3 booster shots, you're going to the hospital.
Carlin made Bill and Ted, man. That was like my.
But Joe Rogan,
well,
that
he
takes some
made it-
stuff
made
on
it
his
great,
own.
Made it great.
It gets better. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, it's horse
I just
medicine."
thought he was this awesome.
I don't know.
Rufus, And then I found out about George Carlin after that.
Yeah,
We're in an era of fake news for sure.
So sad.
Yeah, because I grew up on that. The ideas of liberalism was George Carlin telling the system to go fuck itself, and we're independent, we're individuals, we stand away from the moral authoritarians, and I genuinely wonder what he would be doing today. Now, there's 2 things to consider. Very old. He'd be like, "Oh, fuck yourself."
Do you think
But he
that
was a lefty guy.
Do you think he would have stood by that, or do you think?
God, I gotta get some wireless
I
headphones.
look at the guy from the Sex Pistols who just the other day said, I never would have thought in my lifetime that the right would be the one fighting the man and the left would be the conformist. So I wouldn't be surprised if George Carlin if he were alive, would be totally confused by what's happening right now. But I like
The vaccine's so good. I gotta be threatened with my job to take it.
I'm a Republican, not a Republican, but I guess I'm on the right.
No, he is an old school fucking lefty. What happened to the left? I read an opinion piece 2 weeks ago. It was in the Epoch Times about how this is new left is not your grandfather's left.
No.
It's not your daddy's left.
No.
I've had to stop myself from having these conversations with people anymore. But it's just like, what happened to you people that call yourself lefties? You're authoritarians. You're
Well,
nuts.
hello, Byron.
Like, but George Carlin wasn't like that. I'd like to think that he was a genuine truth teller that would still stick to his guns even today if it's cancel culture.
Yeah.
But who knows?
And not an authoritarian, which I think is what the left has embraced,
Yeah.
because they think it's just a vehicle to enforce their agenda, but it's still authoritarian.
Seems like during
Yeah.
Obama's administration, a lot of like the military-industrial type stuff got into the liberal leftist ideals, and now people are blind to it. You know, they're kind of so desensitized to Obama's charm.
This quote's actually from, it may be from a while ago, a few years ago, maybe from a few months ago. Johnny Rotten, John Lydon, says, "I never thought I'd live to see the day when the right wing would become the cool ones, giving the middle finger to the establishment, and the left wing becoming the sniveling, self-righteous, twatty ones going around shaming everyone."
Awesome.
I love it.
Awesome.
I had the quote wrong a little bit, but I got the gist of it.
I like that.
Punk
yeah.
rock
Paraphrased
to
it.
the end.
That's
I
right.
love
Absolutely.
that. I love that.
Yeah, rage against the machine is like, you can't come unless you're vaccinated. I'm like, yeah, there's your rage.
Rage
You know?
on behalf of the
About having kids?
We've renamed them, Daniel.
Having kids is a good thing.
Losers.
I know.
Losers.
Ah,
Yeah,
man, you
Alice
know.
Cooper used to say, and still does say, that like there's nothing more unrock and roll.
The foster system is overwhelmed right now. We need more parents
Things like
taking in kids.
Alice Cooper is great.
Alice Cooper, Nights with Alice Cooper. I used to live for that show. He was the best.
Yeah.
He's a Christian. Like, he
Yeah.
discovered early on that it actually is rebellious to be just looking for the truth and holding a religious view. And I'm like, that he was ahead of his time.
God, those hamburger patties are good.
A lot. Keanu Reeves too. They come in.
Soap made from juice. Thanks for following.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, that's
Well,
good.
Really
I just want to.
That's so cool.
Super
That's
cool, dude.
awesome.
Alice, I love him.
I want to point
He's very
out
nice.
that
His daughter's cool too.
this is what's happening in America. That the people we thought were heroes that challenged.
Well,
us
dude,
were
you should
actually
foster,
just,
man.
You know, shills the whole time. And I am sick of
There's
this
lots of kids out there need a home.
pissing all over, you know, our culture. These cocksuckers, you know, motherfuckers. You know, what
Tit suckers.
Tit suckers.
I know.
I'm a tit sucker.
These cunts. Fuck these cunts.
There you go.
These,
there you go.
fuck
Yeah.
these cunts.
Piss, bitch.
Okay,
tit
all right.
sucker. All right. We
We
got it.
said it a lot, but let's talk about what's going on in China. Over in China, they've banned men it sees as not masculine enough from TV.
That's
It's
funny.
going the whole other way.
China,
They're doing racist
like-
commercials and telling us to go fuck ourselves.
This is pretty funny because
The
China
white left. That's what they say. They have a word for SJW.
is defended by the left so hard, but like they're totally going after like the LGBT community and everything like of a
Means,
woke.
someone who pretends to be morally righteous for perceived like social credit or like
Yep.
you know.
I don't know who
or
Pill
whatever,
Tool
virtue
is.
signaling, basically.
Wow.
They're banning unmasculine people from TV. They're doing
Tim's
these,
role.
like, masculinity trainings, making their
I don't think I've seen it. I think you can. I mean, it may be harder, but I definitely think it can be. It's
Elon
possible.
was like, you just gotta give in and do whatever they want. And Howard Stern's like, I never said that. It's like, bro, you said it for 10 years. No, I didn't.
Yeah, I saw they're also like teaching their military to be more masculine as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, yeah.
They're pushing that.
Primarily by not allowing women in the military. That's a big thing.
Kids can play video games. So I feel like
That's
they're
fucking me up.
gearing up.
That's my mom did that shit to me, and that
I
was
know,
the
right?
worst.
Thanks, Mom.
Especially when you can make a career as a video game artist now, or as a performer. But I think what's happening is kids are getting radicalized.
It's getting kind of a weird
on
little-
the internet when they're playing video games. The Chinese
Weird
kids
little
are
claim there, so-
American kids are like, yo,
Yeah,
CCP sucks.
possibly.
And so
It's a drug,
CCP's
bro.
like, get them out of there. We can't.
There's a lot that goes into it. There's like we're going through the process, so I'm finding out
And that's
more
what they're
holiday.
stopping.
But
They're
like,
treating it like it's a drug. That's the issue. You
There's
play
a big,
video
like,
games
to-do
because it
list.
gives you simplistic rewards triggering that dopamine response. Where in the real world, you gotta finish chopping the wood, and then once you're done, you're like, I did it. Oh, you gotta clean your room. In the video game, it's like press A and you'll earn a point, and you're like, oh,
But
I like it.
they're not banning kids from doing crossword puzzles, right? Like
Well, crossword puzzles are good.
It's the same shit. It's just no screen in front of you. Like, are you doing it on a computer?
All right, so-
Paper, it doesn't
Ian,
matter.
I'm sorry to tell you,
not at all. We're not doing that. We're not talking about molesting foster kids.
where someone said something.
Don't do that.
I think it was Apex Legends. I don't remember what game.
Stop being disgusting.
So they asked a question at a conference. What's the point of?
We're not even gonna go down that road.
and earning rewards.
That's some
if all you want
evil
is
shit right there.
And then people were like, "Bro, to play the video game," but that's not what it is anymore. Now it's all about the rewards. So people complain, like in video games like Destiny, it's like, bro, you can jump around, you can float for a little bit. Destiny's a first-person shooter, and you can shoot aliens and go on adventures. And
Destiny
ride
was fun at
upbikes
first.
and go to Titan and see the oceans of methane. Yeah. But do I get the exotic equip? You know, do I get the exotic helmet? I want the gear. I want the rewards. Mario. Why'd you play Mario? Because it was fun to run and jump. It's a drug.
Well, there you go.
Video games used to be solving a crossword puzzle. Now it's like.
Well, and so like me and my wife wanted to adopt, but like regular adoption costs like 30 grand on average. So we're like, ooh, you know. And then we start looking into a foster, like at least in Texas, I don't know, I think it varies by state. But like as long as you get everything set up and get everything good, foster the government actually pays you while you're fostering. Now we're fostering to adopt, so once we adopt, the kid becomes ours, and you no longer get like the financial assistance from the government. But the government pays you money while you take in a kid, and like I said, there's a lot that goes into it. But oh, and then even after you adopt them, though, at least in Texas, like the kid has college paid for. As soon as the kid grows up, he's got all his college will be paid for. So there's and like I think insurance is basically covered while they're fostering, or while they're being fostered until you adopt, and they'd go under your insurance. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things about fostering. There's a lot of kids out there who need a home. Texas is overflowing with kids. They're sleeping in offices and like hotel rooms just because they don't have any place to put them.
$1 and they're like, oh, I want the crown. That's what video games are these days.
Yeah, I like roguelikes because it's just the joy of the game is the joy of playing it. Then you die and you start over with nothing, and it's just the joy of playing it, getting better.
I don't want the government to do that here in the country, but I recognize that something needs to be done with the fact that, not at the government level, at the family level, something needs to be done with the fact that our kids are fat and dumb. And they're getting fatter and they're getting dumber. Yes. Which is very sad. Which is why, going back to Project Veritas, that Antifa teacher they got kicked out of his job.
Find adoption.
Who's like, we're going to teach the kids to be communists and teach them about
push
the
adoption.
It's like,
instead of that shit.
Know their math. Like, do they have the basics covered? And odds are they don't. They probably spend all day about the revolution, but they don't know how to solve for X.
No, this guy was in Sacramento, and so maybe Project Veritas made a mistake. Let the California kids become bad at math and reading, right? No, I'm kidding.
The head of the LA Teachers Union just did an interview with LA Magazine saying that, so what if they didn't learn math? They learned what an insurrection was versus what a protest is.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's
bad situations.
It's not something that's on their table.
Yeah, I got a calculator.
Yeah,
It's fine, yeah.
We
Exactly.
watched a news story last night about this guy in Sacramento yesterday, and Andreas was like, this is how the fascism begins, and we were like, haha, what the fuck, they fired the guy, that's good. And he was like, no, this is how it begins. And then I realized what he was saying. The way the media framed it is that, look how crazy this guy is. Here are all the things he was talking about in the background. We're not going to highlight that stuff. Look at this crazy guy. So then they fire him. Next time someone comes up that they don't like, they're like, hey, remember those things in the background? They're still in the background. Look how crazy this guy is.
Gosh.
Things are still in the background. Look how crazy that guy's. And then they just
Dogs.
start all these
Hold on one second.
as opposed to talking about the things that he was talking about, the communism. If you can highlight the things, then you don't have this personality hunt, this cult hunt shit.
Mm-hmm. You know, the issue with fascism and authoritarianism, why it doesn't work, is because the cultists aren't dedicated and passionate. They're cultists. They follow because they want to feel good. But that's why they cut and run. That's why Obama called it a circular firing squad. That's why the left eats itself. Their real goal is virtue signaling to gain some kind of status.
Got more orphans. Yeah.
Psychopaths.
We got
so whenever you get the rise of fascism,
thousands of kids coming in that we now have to take care of because we can't control our own border. So we can't even home our own kids inside the country right now, but then we just allow people to come in through the border.
And yet he had was it Operation Valkyrie? They tried to kill him. They almost
don't even defund Biden. Defund our federal government. Put a limit on their spending.
The same thing with the Soviet Union, but they were very good at suppression, and so they were able to sustain themselves for I think it was like 69 years. In the United States, if it comes down to it, the crackpot fascist left will lose support from people who are just fair weather friends, who are only interested as long as it's popular. The moment we start seeing, that's why I always tell people, you got to speak up. You know why? Because
well, then, so why aren't we doing more for our kids that we already have in our country that are suffering?
Someone comes in all snooty and goes like, well, you know that black people are poor, poorer than white people, okay? And we need to do something because poor people are dangerous. That's a Norm Macdonald's quote, actually. But you get my point. They talk about systemic. And then this guy is just like, everybody likes a nice guy. Goes, hey, now, that's not all right. You should talk about this. That's kind of mean. You should, we should keep that stuff chilled. People might be like, well, I like Dave. Dave's a really nice guy. He's always been nice to me. If you don't speak up and the creepy cult lady starts indoctrinating people and then you speak up, they'll be like, why are you saying these weird things to me, Dave? I thought you were cool. If you speak up before they get their tendrils in, people will be like, I know and respect Dave, so I'm going to listen to him because I don't want to piss anybody off. The problem is that people aren't speaking up, and so they're acting like they're the popular ones when they're fucking lunatics. Fucking Jay Leno.
The upside of this
Cocksucker.
Sacramento guy is people are speaking up now. That was a big story, from what I can tell.
Well, so that's it. Why don't we push for more people to adopt?
It was.
Why don't we
annoyed me about
Why don't we
that-
teach
that
people to be
circle
responsible in
thing.
general? Not have a kid if you can't have it, but worst case scenario, you get pregnant, you don't abort it, you put it up for adoption, and we get more and more families to be willing to adopt and take in kids.
Picture of Chairman Mao. What's with the communist, right? Like,
And bring back the idea of like the family is a good
little
thing.
higher than just the principal to say what is happening in your school.
But how do we not know that principal past the classroom is just like, good comrade.
Exactly.
You know?
And that's
Shit ton of
where-
people
that's
don't.
where you
They
have
say
to
they
be
care,
the
but then
courage
they don't do
until the
anything for
communists are
any
all
kids
dead.
around there, and then they constantly push for open borders and allow tens of thousands of illegal immigrants kids come in that we're then forced to deal
If
and
it's
do
true,
something
principal's
with.
Tommy, and then this guy is like, it's all crazy, and then the principal's like, I am sorry, comrade, but for the collective, you're being purged. And he's like, no, don't fire me, stand by me. And they were like, that's not how collectivism works.
Right.
Works, exactly.
Checks out.
Right.
And push him out the door.
I love it.
Yes. Is it? I think we should never have, maybe not never, but should not have political people, politicians on the walls of classrooms. Is that fair to say? Any politician ever? Maybe the president, even the U.S. president seems a little weird.
No,
maybe
I
in
got
the, maybe in the office,
In the walls
but
of
not in
the-
the classroom.
In my elementary school, in like the main hall, we always had the American flag and the current president.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, not in the classroom. Like, that's a
Yeah.
little too much for every classroom.
The principal's office, whatever, it's his office, but not other countries' political leaders. Maybe the U.S.
Right.
president,
classroom.
maybe not, maybe
like
not
the
AOC,
row of like
not.
all the presidents, like if they have all their photos up and so
Yeah.
you can learn.
Yeah, because it's
You know.
relevant to the learning process.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
that
but
makes sense to me.
Beyond presidents, is that off limits? Is that going too far? Dianne Feinstein on the wall.
I mean,
No, I don't think-
I'd love to see the squad on the wall of every classroom in the country. That'd be great.
Besides that, though, besides this,
I'm kidding.
getting the entire
People need to realize that this is a war.
No, we haven't done it yet. We're still in the process of getting like all our
Violence doesn't work at this point.
like getting
It may come
because you have to be a certified
minds break down, but we're dealing with proper
person, like a certified foster parent thing.
The issue is,
And we're still working on that whole process. We got a crap ton of
how would you
training we
guys
gotta
feel
do on
if a school created a
online.
program called Patriot Youth.
We've done the CPR training. We're getting stuff trying to set up in our house, and then once we get the training done, then we
What the flags mean.
we'll have the what do you call it?
Of the United States.
Basically the walkthrough of our house
Be a good thing.
to make sure everything's good.
If you're just learning facts.
So like it's a group called the Patriot Youth, and schools implement a program where kids can learn about the founding fathers, read about the American Revolution.
Americans were more likely to take our children to
We-
war.
what the-
Yeah, Americans like a good
they
little
learn all
Russian
those
kid.
Core details, like a historical overview of the creation of this country. You don't like it?
I don't know. That's history class.
That's history class.
Like
Yeah,
why
exactly.
why is this a separate group that we have to learn?
sounds like-
No. I'm saying
that,
like.
that's the role of the history class.
But I'm talking about history classes don't have time or energy to get into like the Federalist Papers to a great extent. So I'm talking about an extracurricular program dedicated to teaching children, the Patriot Youth, about the creation of this country, the wars we fought, its victories, its defeats, the problems, the good, the bad, and why America's great, why we want to strive for America, why we respect the American flag. And they
So-
would recite the Pledge of Allegiance, they'd be given the books. they
Like
would-
we had to go to a class and we had to do CPR. You gotta get CPR certified, and you gotta do that every year that you're gonna be fostering a kid. Then they have basically like a little class on like how to handle kids if they're biting you or they're coming at you, like how you can kind of not hurt them, but basically just kind of break from the situation and get away. Like if they bite you, I never thought about this before, but like if they bite you, they're biting down and their teeth are clenched together. You grab their cheeks and you strongly rub their cheeks against their teeth. It's very uncomfortable. So there's like one way to get a kid or anyone that bites you. That's one way to try to do it until they like at least open their mouth a little bit where you can, then kind of get your whatever is in their mouth out of it. But there's a crap ton of online training. We haven't even started that, but you got to get your house ready. Like your medicine has to be locked up. All your medicine. It doesn't matter if it's vitamins. It has to be locked away. And so we're trying to set up a magnetic lock down there in our kitchen. You got to have guns in a safe. You got to have the ammo in a safe. you have to have any kind of chemicals that are dangerous, like poison or anything like that. That has to be locked away in a container. Depending on the age, you have to have a baby gate on the stairs. And then whenever you, we're trying to go from a fresh little infant to 18 months is what we want. My wife wants a baby so bad. But God, there's like for the medical checklist, like while you're fostering, you have to have a medical checklist for a prescription, and like put what the prescription is, and every single day you have to put what time they take it. You have to put like how many pills are left at that point. You have to document everything down. Then you also have a different sheet for non-prescription medicine. So if you're giving a kid a vitamin or like vitamin C, you have to document that you gave that kid vitamin C at this time on this day. And it's just like a whole checklist like that. I was like, oh my gosh. I played Destiny 2 like years ago, but no, I've been out of Destiny for a while.
Would that be a good
I could
thing?
get down with it if it was transparently done with cameras in the
Absolutely.
classrooms.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, because it made me say youth, it makes me think Hitler Youth.
Yeah.
And I've studied the past, so I
Well,
know
it's your
that
bias.
political
Hitler
indoctrination can
Youth.
become
I'm
dangerous.
talking
but as
about-
long
I
as
recently
it's-
watched Jojo the Rabbit or whatever that show is called. That's pretty funny.
Like, you know, like little American things, and they'll be
more
like
Nazi.
pro-American.
I don't think we do it in the uniforms.
Whoa.
Schools have
Little
uniforms.
Nazi.
Yeah.
Schools have uniforms,
Little
Ian.
Nazi. Some schools.
Most of them have
I
uniforms.
like patriotism, so I will always struggle with the argument that like if we become super patriotic, we're gonna turn into little Stasi. I know what you're
No, I gotta be
trying to
honest.
set up,
No.
but like I think I love this club. I would join this club. I could probably teach this club.
I said this to trigger Ian.
Oh, okay.
No,
you, Tim.
because this is the point I'm making. We're in a war. Most Americans would be like, it's history class. Kids should be learning these things. Antifa and the leftists and this teacher and the principals would be like, fuck no.
Nazi.
They'd be like,
Antifa.
fuck no,
I'm the-
that's Nazism.
I'm the
What
control
you are
opposition.
talking about is Nazi bullshit.
Yeah.
How would you feel if the schools created the anti-fascist youth, where they taught them the history of the struggles of the workers and the proletariat and the evils of capitalism and colonization? We would say, fuck that. It's what they're starting to do. The reality is, we are okay when our values are being taught. They are okay when their values are being taught. We hate it when other values are being taught because...
No, I'm pretty sure to adopt a kid from another country, it's more expensive. Because first of all, you got to travel. You got to go there, depending on what the country is and the laws they have. But then you got to get like lawyers over in the other country. You got to get the paperwork done in the other country. You got to pay a lot of money. There's many times that you'll have to make multiple trips to that country before you can even like see the kid or hang out with the kid. No, it's not cheap, especially doing it. Going overseas to get a kid is way more expensive.
I think our audience is smart enough to get that one.
Well, you have fun, Fire. Don't work too hard.
Well, hold on. I mean, to be fair, though, the communist revolution in Russia, they succeeded. The communist revolution in China was a success.
Oh, yes, but in terms of like viability and success for long-term prosperity, no. China, you could say, is, but only because they give it enough capitalism and enough.
No, we're gonna foster. We're fostering to adopt, so we're gonna get a kid in the U.S. from our local community as well.
Of course, we'll buy our phones in China because they're $45 cheaper than if we made them in Akron. So if a 9-year-old girl worked 14 hours to make this, what the hell do I care? It's cheaper.
And that Soviet system, it worked for a little while, but then
Calculators. Calculus. Gross.
the communist revolution of Russia failed.
I did not enjoy
70
pre-cal.
70 years for it
What
failed.
annoys the crap out of me about China is that we could use the exact same strategy, what we did to the Soviet Union, but we just don't have the political will to do it. If all the West decided we're no longer dealing with China, they need us way more than we need them. We just choose to use them because we like cheap crap.
But we may have lost already.
Yeah.
Because Americans have lost social cohesion. We like cheap crap, so we're willing to strip our own manufacturing base and our own economy. And now it's...
Convenience.
Yep.
And who cares if the people in Akron have opioids? We talked about this last time.
Yeah.
You know, that's okay.
Oh, I won't. Never do.
Well, it
China.
satiates. It not say that's the wrong word. It pacifies.
Yeah.
It pacified the white rage.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the intent.
Wow.
Well, we need
Pacify
a
that white
industrial
rage.
revolution.
We must.
Industry.
A new industry. Revolution. Yeah, without
What
being
if they
sound
learned
like a
to code?
broken.
Busload New Yorkers demand. Show your papers. Yeah, it's
To turn a corner as a species. 'cause
We're already here.
apparently these days, other people who are strangers to you think they have the perfect right to stick their nose into your business.
Even on a city bus.
My actions none of your business.
They are. They're exactly our
No, it's not.
Yes, we're all responsible.
No, I'm not responsible for you.
That's right.
I'm responsible for my kids,
You're
but not for you.
Only for yourself. Well, if you're responsible for your kids, then even more so you should be responsible.
No. My family is my family. Your family is your family. You mind your fucking business.
You don't mind killing people.
Listen, what?
You don't mind killing people.
Grease monkey videos. Masks are required.
Yes, it is required.
How's it required? By whom?
It's required by the MTA. You have to have on a mask to get on public transportation.
I'm having medical issues.
I'm having medical issues.
I have medical issues.
On public transportation.
Get out of the cities.
Well, that's not true. I have medical issues. I have medical issues.
Everyone.
I have medical issues. What are you gonna do if I'm not gonna put it on? I'm trying to pay for the fare.
Everyone.
Why are you being so rude? I'm trying to.
Mister. See, no one wants to fight back against like any of the. They're just gonna go along with it.
Yes.
Because they don't want to lose their job. They don't want to lose their comfortability. They're just gonna go along with it. And you don't think cops are gonna continue? Man, that is creepy. You don't think cops and everyone else are going to go along with these things? There might be some cops that quit, and I think a lot of good cops have already quit. But the ones that stay, they're gonna be having no issue whatsoever arresting you for not wearing a mask, for not getting a vaccine, not showing your papers, not having that. It's gonna come. And that's why I used to be a real big back the blue guy, and I still respect the police force and respect law enforcement and what they do. But if they stand behind stuff like this, then yeah.
Do I have papers? Are you a Gestapo?
Get rid of them.
Are you a Gestapo? Thank you. Are you a Gestapo? Thank you. You're not being helpful. Why don't you mind your business? How about that? Why don't you mind? So can I go in? It's not his business. It's not his business. It's your business, maybe.
Better bring your vaccine papers, yeah.
So, should I still pay or not?
If you're getting off, then no. But if you're staying, then yes.
So what did you say?
We're not alone.
What?
I'm saying that we are not alone.
You're not alone? I don't give a fuck about your health,
That's
man.
exactly. So you can take me as much as you want, but your actions are speaking.
My actions none of your business.
They are. They're exactly our
No, it's not.
Yes, we're all responsible.
No, I'm not responsible for you.
That's right.
I'm responsible for my kids,
You're
but not for you.
Only for yourself. Well, if you're responsible for your kids, then even more so you should be responsible.
No. My family is my family. Your family is your family. You mind your fucking business.
You don't mind killing people.
Listen, what?
You don't mind killing people.
How I'm killing people?
How I'm killing people.
Let's say you in fact were infected. And other people,
What if I had the regular flu and then infected a child? Did you care then?
Because I don't want them to get vaccinated. I don't want them to wear a mask. Listen, it's your life. You're responsible for your life. I'm not here to. No, I'm not. I'm
thinking just about ourselves.
I am not responsible for your life.
Think about ourselves forever, sir.
I'm not responsible for your life, okay?
You're only thinking about yourself. And the world doesn't revolve around just you.
I'm not saying the world has to revolve around me.
But that's how your actions speak.
No, I was minding my own business.
No.
Yes.
Your business is involved with other people.
Other people, listen. Other people is not my concern.
You don't, right? It's not your concern, but you don't live in a bubble. And that's your actions speak about someone who wishes to live in a bubble.
You're not my concern. As long as I'm not doing physical harm to you, I don't give a fuck about you, okay?
But those words exactly speak to what's wrong with your actions.
What's wrong with my actions?
Because you're concerned about yourself and nobody else.
No, I'm not concerned only about myself. I'm concerned about my family, and that's it.
If the entire
Listen,
country is
I don't give a fuck about you.
That's it.
and I don't care about
I don't give a fuck about you.
So you're in agreement.
So you're gonna demand a papers for me to show you? No,
I'm not demanding.
no. You said.
Dude, really? Worm, that sucks.
Made the accusation that you have a medical reason. If
Dude,
you, in fact,
tyranny
have medical
blows.
reason, you should have papers. Anybody of sound mind would say that, like, if I have a condition, I want to make sure that as a good citizen, I show papers. If I'm going to say that's the reason I'm not behaving like other people are.
So my medical business is your business now.
Well, when the fact of the matter is that masks are required for everybody, and you're not wearing the mask now.
So my medical business is your business now. Am I correct? Can you clarify that for me?
It becomes a situation that's within the context of the life that we're all dealing with for the last.
Listen, I don't give a
year
fuck
and
about the world, man.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm asking you I'm asking a simple question. My medical business is your business now?
You don't give a fuck about.
Putin is watching you, man.
You tell me is my medical business is your business.
Well, I just watched a documentary on, God, what was it? It's on Netflix. It's about like the social media stuff.
Listen, you told me.
I don't know. I kind of want to get rid of my phone.
So my medical. It's recorded, man.
No. If you record it again, you'll say what I said is show the papers. I didn't say show.
So why should I show? Why should I show people?
Because an official.
Show your papers.
Who's official? The bus driver?
Absolutely.
So he's.
Bus drivers have died. Many
Bus drivers have died.
A bus driver is my boss now?
Yes, they are.
How's that?
Because you're a citizen.
I'm not a citizen. I'm an individual.
Man, this guy's a sheep.
I'm an individual that.
The bus driver. Listen to the bus driver.
By certain rules, by moral rules.
Abiding by the rules that are being asked
Ask
for
what?
everyone to apply now.
Do you know what kind of corruption we're going through a government mayor?
Are you abiding to those rules? No, you're
Listen, why don't you deal with corruption on higher level, then we can deal with my
not.
situation here.
This is the level that we are at. You are not at that level. I'm not at that level. This is the level that we're at. The level that we're at is working with one another.
No, I'm not.
I can't control.
I'm not willing to work with anyone, all right? There's so much corruption going on. You don't tell me what to do, okay?
If you're corruption, then like
Preseason game. Oh yeah, the big crowd with no mask people. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Leave me the fuck alone, and we can move on with our lives. I'll leave it at that.
Cottonmouth, thanks for the follow.
I don't have anything to You're the one who continued the conversation.
Because you harassed me.
I didn't harass you.
Yes, you did.
To respond.
Listen. I don't. Like I said, I don't give a fuck about people. Okay.
Oil burner, thanks for the follow. Yes, abortion is evil.
Physically,
And masks are a waste of time.
No, I'm not.
They absolutely are.
And next time you should mind your own fucking business.
I'm minding my business.
No, you will not. You got.
I'm minding my own business. That's why I had to tell you to put your mask on, show your
End of
papers.
conversation, man. I'm done. Everyone is a fucking
Sheep.
a hero nowadays. Mind your fucking business and your life.
It's amazing that the heroes are now like the people that.
This is what I have to deal with.
What's BT called sheep? Yeah, Virginia Tech.
Fucking tyrant nowadays, telling you, showing me your papers, do this, do that. Meanwhile, we have corruption.
So was that? Do we have an example of that being a white man telling some minority what to do? And the left would be cheering that white man on. That's like trying to stop a mosquito with the chain link fence. Yeah, that's a good comparison. Masks don't work.
Record. We need a graphene 21st century American movement.
We took their jobs away and gave them drugs.
Yeah, they had a football game and nobody there was wearing a mask, and it was tens of thousands of people out there just enjoying themselves, living life like they should be.
And then when they die, the country is a shithole.
And they can't figure out why those people are upset and voted for Donald Trump.
That's right. Do you think that as people get older, they just tend to maybe in general give up, just not give a shit, like Howard Stern? Who else?
I think
everyone in the government.
And when you're throwing $400 million, yeah, the amount of money he signs contracts for.
Not all whites white. I'm tan enough to pass the Middle Eastern.
Get $100 million?
At least. That's
So you got some Middle Eastern privilege?
Yeah, Howard's.
What did Leno get? What is he doing a reboot of? Like You Bet Your Life or?
Yeah, but Howard Stern's never in the news. He doesn't do anything relevant.
Good at that.
Joe Rogan's always Okay, he's not. He's got no
so
influence.
so much drama, and he's never in the news.
Joe Rogan's
And he never
always
really-
in the news. Joe Rogan could fart and get the New York Times to write about it.
Definitely.
People really believe in Joe. That's why. Because if Joe ran for president, he would win.
It's
Howard
because
wouldn't.
it's
He
because
might, but
Howard is a sellout loser, and Joe challenges.
Joe
the
like
system.
works out every day. He
No,
puts
no,
his
no.
money
It's
where
because
his
Joe
mouth is.
goes on his fucking thing and says, "I took ivermectin and monoclonal antibodies," and they're like, "Fuck you! Don't do that."
Yeah, good for him.
I love that they're trying to imply that he went to a Tractor Supply and like bought.
All right, no with the gay juice
No,
stuff.
he went to a doctor because Walgreens has this shit.
Everyone gets gay once in a
That's the state of
while.
this country. You can look at China, and China's like, we're going to be strong. And we're going to tell America, fuck you. And America's like that little weak-ass Shiba Inu going like, we can't make jokes. People will be mad.
Invest in Dogecoin. Make money.
People will be mad if you make jokes.
Do you like fish sticks?
I don't know. Somebody super chatted like, man, you must be.
I love fish sticks in my mouth.
The FDA, the footnotes in the FDA letter. I was just like, everything that's. If they strike me for that, I'm gonna be like, what? I'm gonna hit up Google and be like, what did I say wrong?
Yeah. Oh, you got that strike on TikTok recently.
Yeah,
we talked about
because
that, right?
We got a strike on TikTok because I said Joe Biden's in control.
I don't think that's why you got a strike.
Why do you
I
think?
think you got a strike because you used the
Fuck
words
Joe Biden.
stupid and
Yep.
CCP in the same sentence. I swear to God, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Did I say that?
I guarantee you.
Was it? Did I?
No,
I don't remember
but
what
you
I
didn't
said.
call this.
South Park's pretty good on a lot of
You
stuff.
made a case that they were like a boogeyman. This stupid boogeyman of the CCP is what you said. You made a case that you
Ooh.
should look at him that way.
Right, that it's
but
inflated.
you use stupid and CCP in the same
Can't
sentence. That's
purposely
not
make material false or
No,
misleading
no,
written
no,
statement
no,
or
no,
require
no,
property or
no,
credit,
no,
including mortgage loan.
We did a
It's a
show
violation of
where
Texas
we
Penal
got
Code, Section 32.
Very expensive internet, like, yeah, fucked insane amount of money to pay for internet out here.
Jeez.
And we have multiple fail safes. And there was one day where the show kept buffering, and people were like, F in the chat because the show's down. And we were like, our connection's perfect. What the fuck's going on? And it
Oil
was when
burn.
we were
Cut that
talking
shit
about
out.
50 Cent Army. So China pays 50 cents every time you post propaganda
To Cottonmouth.
on social media. And so as soon as we brought it up, there's a gap, and people didn't hear it. So we went downstairs.
So
to
street
watch
to
the
Park
show
Street
downstairs,
now.
And we were like, what part dropped out? Like, we don't know what dropped out. And I was like, did you hear the part with the 50 Cent Army? And they were like, no. Yep.
Making all these Jew and Arab jokes. It's gonna get me in trouble.
Some foreign site.
Someone,
Tough
yeah,
to tell.
maybe they hit YouTube, but how would they know how would they know? They would have had to have intercepted our stream because there's a minute delay on YouTube. In order to hit the right moment to stop it from appearing on YouTube, you have to see our raw feed.
My internet had been dropping out that day too, and the day before.
But our internet, I have a monitor showing
And
me
you're
what.
plugged in, right?
And we're
To the wall?
hardlined.
Yeah, I wasn't hardlined.
We're hardlined down in the basement, and we have a monitor showing us what the connection is and when it goes down every second. It's constantly. It's like,
Well, maybe you should be more.
I'm ready for- well-
and just times are changing. Tim,
It's happening,
you
like-
too.
Oh yeah.
There's
Get with the
there's
times.
protests
Times
happening in
are,
France,
respect your new
Britain,
friends over
Australia, like where they're
Motherfucking
Canada, where they're really locking down on people. People are starting to fight back,
Yesterday,
and
we were like,
they're sick of it. People are sick of being locked
God
up.
gives you your natural rights, and we had that kind of debate about that yesterday. And I was like,
Anita was wrong.
what if what if like we woke up in the CCP?
Roanoke. I've been to
We have
Roanoke.
The right, the God-given right.
I remember going to
wake up in
Roanoke
the morning.
just for a
You
little
also
bit.
have the right to worship the dear leader. These have always been your rights. These have been the rights of your grandfathers and forefathers that fought for these rights. And like just the brainwashing, like this has always been how it is. I have this terrifying like vision of it. So
Well, there's simple. You can brainwash people into believing bullshit. You know what I mean?
like,
And
and over
they
time,
do,
it'd be
and
like
they do.
10 years, and you'd be like, this is so fucked up, these Chinese, you can't talk about it. And then all of a sudden, one day, someone comes out, and they're like, these have always been my rights, Tim. These have been my rights since the beginning. And you're like, what? And then you see it for the first time. Oh, God. It's like a dystopia. It's a movie.
They
that we
have
could
to
make or
erase
something.
philosophy, because when someone studies philosophy, they begin to understand intrinsic value and natural law. And when people say that there's God-given rights, there are some people who quite literally believe that the entity of God gave it to you.
Liberal
But the
nations and
simplest
people
way to break it
fighting
down is
back
that your
against
rights are
fascism.
intrinsic
Yeah,
as life and
those.
existence. So they can try to brainwash you to erase the understanding, but it's not going to be done by telling you you have the right to worship dear leader and no one else. It's going to be done by removing your ability to read philosophy.
Yeah, all at the same time.
No,
They'll
no.
strip your ability to search for information, and they'll give you new information. That's the idea.
Right. They'll get rid of any, so there's that saying from Harriet Tubman, I think it was Harriet Tubman, she said, I have freed many slaves, I would have freed
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like the Aussies have like
There's another
they're just more. I don't know. They just don't care about as freedom as much. But there's still obviously some that do.
And someone asks
But they did already let their guns get taken away, so
where they had them.
You're
Why
kind of
does not the
screwed.
elephant simply just rip the steak out of the ground and walk away? It's a massive beast. And he says, well, from the time they're babies, they're not strong enough to break the steak. And no matter how hard they try, they can never do it. By the time they're adults, they're indoctrinated into believing they can never break free, and so they don't try anymore.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yep. And that's something you need to understand about the fact that there are philosophical ideas that have not been formulated yet, and you don't know them. And that could mean there are hidden. That means there literally are hidden truths within our ability of understanding, and it's going to take someone to read all of these ideas and be like you guys are familiar with Salo system.
It's just we're
but
just a bunch of dumb sheep that are okay with just being fed this bullshit and just living in our own shit and just being stuck in a pit where we don't question things. We just sit there and live our meager little comfortable lives.
It's not necessarily egotistical, but the only thing you really can know is that you are thinking, and everything else could be a lie, a deception. How many people don't understand something as simple as this, or nihilism, these simple ideas, utilitarianism? So, for instance, when I'm talking to someone like Sam Cedar, you know, we're having a debate about universal healthcare, I think it was, and I said something to the effect of, like, the challenge is utilitarianism versus, like, deontological thinking.
It's not in their blood.
That, you know, every action is an
That's the beauty of the American spirit. That's why we can't let it die.
Which means you can't take an immoral action against an individual in the hope for some, you know, and just find the means. And he says, I don't know.
Yeah, fine. Everybody doesn't have masks to pay for all our fancy cameras to watch every movie you make. By the way, you need to install this camera into your house so we can watch you.
Or deontology.
Meanwhile, what Australia is doing, that you have to download an application that's going to have facial recognition data and then take pictures. You have to take pictures and send and upload and have a GPS spot on you, but to prove that you're at your house or that you're not where you're not supposed to be. Like, are you kidding me?
Thanos in the Avengers movie, okay, maybe you'll understand this, where he says, I'm going to kill half of all life to help half of all life. The universe will flourish. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The ends justify the means. And then his response was, you're so dumb, Marvel? And then all his fans started hooting and clucking like chickens about how dumb it was to try and explain a complex philosophical idea to someone who doesn't have the ability to understand that. And then you run into the wall of, these people don't have the ability to understand that. I don't fault them for laughing and being dumb. Like, I just can't have a conversation with them, so why bother? But ultimately what I get to is, you know, bringing him up is, for one, yeah, it's
all the Anglosphere countries are pretty cucked except the U.S.
Talking about. But there are a lot of ideas that we have not yet discovered in philosophy, and we think we're so fucking smart. You know what I mean? There's a lot of really, really smart philosophers who came from a long-ass time ago, before we understood even the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yep. Now
we have that, and now our world is open up to, like, once we discovered that, it's like 100-something years ago, our world opens up to so many possibilities. And then I start watching sci-fi shows where they have the
Canada cooked, Australia cooked, New Zealand cooked, Britain cooked.
In between space where, you know, information can travel faster, or whatever the pathway
So many
is
cucks running around.
Entangled. How is it that an electron in New Mexico and in New York can be are entangled and vibrate at the same frequencies, and they can be theoretically anywhere in the universe because there must be something connecting them? Subspace? I don't know.
Yeah, we're like, they're definitely trying to make us that way.
Just what we can touch, smell, see, and hear.
Ireland's kind of cooked, only half.
Crazy. Now what we need is,
I feel like Ireland's just constantly been getting their shit kicked in forever.
Long story short,
they've just been fighting and blowing people up and doing stuff for a long time now.
Away from you, so that you revert back to, you know, a cave person who is looking at shadows on the wall with no understanding of what the world really is.
I'd like to pull Stefan Molyneux back into the social conversation. Brilliant philosopher, got a little wokeified, got banned off YouTube with 1 million subscribers. Brilliant philosopher. I've known him for 15 years. I love that guy.
You actually know him?
Yeah, well, we kind of knew each other in the early days of YouTube. We were both making videos around the same time. I might have made a response to him one day. I was so stoned for so many years, it's hard to remember.
And now that we've gone into this great and worldly and universally profound conversation about philosophy, I would just like to end this segment by saying thank you all for coming. Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits.
Hell yeah.
Become a member.
Every country is cooked except Belarus and Poland. I feel them as Vikings in Ireland. Not even true Irish anymore.
We were on Afghan territory fighting the counterterrorism fight alongside Afghans, alongside allies from NATO, using intelligence assets that we had developed to find bin Laden and kill him in Pakistan. That 20 years.
The Taliban.
A piece that I did
the Taliban are all vaccinated.
on September 12th.
Well, thank God.
This week is the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. 20 years ago, 19 al-Qaeda terrorists hijacked 4 airliners, 3 of which hit their targets: Tower 1 and Tower 2 of the World Trade Center, as well as the Pentagon. Those attacks resulted in 2,997 deaths and 25,000 injuries, altering forever the fabric of American life. The following day, in an address to the nation, President George W. Bush declared war on the terrorists who committed these acts.
This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks his harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever.
Closely involved with the decisions and operations to come was National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, who joins us today to discuss the anniversary and the latest developments we've witnessed the past few weeks in Afghanistan. Condoleezza Rice went on to become the Secretary of State during President Bush's second term, and before this administration, Secretary Rice also served on the National Security Council for President H.W. Bush. Now she's director of the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. In response to that dark moment in September 2001, Secretary Rice led the charge of transformational diplomacy, efforts by the United States to develop democratic systems of government throughout the Middle East. With the incredibly fast fall of a democratic Afghan government that the United States co-developed, we'll get her reaction and thoughts on how the current administration could and should have handled the situation. Plus, what Secretary Rice makes of the idea that Afghanistan was a so-called endless war, and what we have forgotten in America in these 20 years since that tragic day. Hey, and welcome. This is the Ben Shapiro Show Sunday Special. This show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Don't like big tech and the government spying on you. Visit expressvpn.com/Ben. Condoleezza Rice, an honor to have you here. Thanks so much for joining the show.
A pleasure to be with you.
So let's start with obviously what's in the news. First, your reaction to
20
the
years and we didn't
catastrophic
fix anything.
withdrawal. I think my feelings are pretty clear on this. From Afghanistan, which seemed to be not only poorly planned tactically, but has some pretty dramatic geostrategic consequences.
Well, I wrote about this, Ben, because I think the real issue here is that even if one believed that it was time to withdraw, which I actually don't believe it was time to withdraw, but if one believed that it was time to withdraw, this could have been done in a more orderly fashion. For instance, we know that the Taliban don't fight in the winter. There is a fighting season in Afghanistan. It would have been perfectly logical.
No, I never deployed
until they had gone back into the mountains of Pakistan. I think it
my
wise
MOS didn't call for me to be sent to
Bagram,
Afghanistan.
Maybe even some of our other 7 airfields that we had there, so that transport of people out could have been slower, more orderly, could have taken place from more secure locations. I've been to Hamid Karzai International Airport. It's not a place that you would want to try and secure. It's very, very close to the city. Bagram is tens of miles away. And so I think that there were ways to do this in a fashion that we wouldn't have seen the precipitous fall of Kabul, and where we wouldn't have had the kind of chaos that we had at the airport. We can perhaps get into later why I think it would be better to stay in general, but just talking about the extraction itself. Now, I do want to say the men and women of the
Imperialist Corps,
as always, did heroic work to get as many people out as they did under extraordinarily difficult circumstances, chaotic circumstances, where there was no way.
Apparently, there's private planes, and there's like 6 private planes with American citizens in it, of like private groups.
Military again.
And the Taliban and Joe Biden both are not like clearing them to go.
As the Secretary Rice, let's talk about the enormous amount of revisionist history that's now being put out there as a justification for this pullout, and that there is some bipartisan stuff happening there with people on both right and left talking about how Afghanistan was a nation-building exercise, a failed nation-building exercise. This is why we had to pull out, or that we were in the middle of America's endless war, our longest war, and therefore we had to pull out. So why don't we start from the beginning? You obviously were at the White House for September 11th. Can you give us the sort of timeline here.
I
What was
love
the original
Candace
first
Owens.
location? Just to remind folks who may not remember.
That's
since it's now
not
been 2
Candace
decades.
Owens.
What was the reason we went into Afghanistan in the first place? What were the goals we were trying to achieve?
My father participated in the Soviet-Afghan
went
War.
into
Worm. There's a great movie called The Beast about a Russian tanker group in Afghanistan.
The planning, plotting, and indeed the ability to attack on September 11th.
USS
That's
Iwo
why
Jima.
we went to Afghanistan.
Man,
It was a security
I don't know the
concern,
ship, but
and
it's got a good
I remember
name.
the president's concern that another attack, a follow-on attack, might be imminent. And we waited some 3 weeks before we actually went into Afghanistan because we had a lot of work to do, and I'll come back to one of those elements, which we've now given up. But we had a lot of work to do to try to get forces in a position to take down the Taliban, which was harboring al-Qaeda. That was the reason for going to Afghanistan. What people don't understand about so-called nation building is that if you are going to prevent a place from returning to terrorism once you've killed the first wave of terrorists, it has to be something of a stable government. You have to try and create
You should, but yeah, Worm, if you can find the movie, it's called The Beast. It's a pretty good movie.
For 20 years, for counterterrorism.
Yo, hang on for 1 second. Movie from the I don't think it was quite from the 80s, maybe the 90s
where you can
or
work
2000s.
with partners, as we have been doing for 20 years with our NATO allies, to try and stabilize the situation so that there isn't a swamp for the terrorists to be active in. You have to work with our allies, as we have been, to continue to have intelligence assets on the ground. And so, and Afghanistan, in which we were present, I think was good for the Afghan people. It did do good things for women. It did do good things for the Afghan people who suffered under the horrors of the
There's
Taliban.
a female cop that
But
was
Ben, that wasn't the reason
that was
to use
murdered.
the American Armed Forces.
Female
The
cop that was
reason to use
pregnant.
The American Armed Forces was to
Because
secure a place
the
where we could
Taliban really
fight
loves
war on
women
terror, where we
in
could
positions
have
of power.
counterterrorism operations, where we could have intelligence operations, where we could have an air base from which to fly drones and close air support. This was a strategic asset in Afghanistan. It was not largesse and simply humanitarianism.
So, Secretary Rice, there were a lot of early successes in the war. Obviously, the toppling of the Taliban inside of 3 weeks and the establishment of a provisional government. And there were early successes even in experiments with democracy in Afghanistan. By 2005, 2006, 2007, there was a significant insurgence. Maybe you can take us through sort of the history of the development of the war, because I think a lot of Americans are trapped in the mindset of what Afghanistan was.
Russian leader of the tank group.
2010,
His nickname was Tank Boy, apparently like in World War II.
We were, after the overthrow of the Taliban,
said he may have execute the whole team.
Nobody was in any way.
By execute, you mean kick off? Like kick off the team?
We knew how hard it was going to be. I remember on that Saturday morning at Camp David after 9/11, looking at this rolled out map of Afghanistan and thinking, oh no, not Afghanistan. This is a place that great powers go to die. The British, the Soviet Union. We knew that this was a tough place. The first day that I flew into Afghanistan, several months later, I remember thinking, these people have high mountains and dirt. This is going to be a very difficult operation. But we were succeeding. And by the way, talking about allies and friends, we had mobilized NATO under Article 5 to help us. The Germans, the French, the Italians, the Canadians were all out in the field.
Just get rid of them.
trying to help build this Afghan army and this Afghan government. They were having elections. Women were going to school. Girls were going to school. Women were going into the professions. And so we had many successes in Afghanistan. But the most important thing is that we were really making progress in terms of creating a stable foundation for counterterrorism operations, for intelligence from which to carry out those operations. And I mentioned, Ben, that it took us a while to start the war in Afghanistan. We couldn't find a place for our air assets to operate, close air support to the Afghan fighters, for instance. And so I remember paying a king's ransom to Karimov, the then dictator of Uzbekistan, to let us use his airfields. That's why it's so sad that we gave up this strategic asset in Bagram, because now we're back in a situation where our closest airfields are in the Middle East, in Qatar. That's an own goal. That's a mistake. But we were making a lot of progress. I will tell you that one of the things we were never able to really get a handle on was Pakistan. Pakistani territory continued to be a haven for the Haqqani network and other terrorists to go back and forth across
just in case everything goes black, or
and
if my thing cuts off, it's probably because we lost power. It's all stormy outside.
It was hard to defeat the Taliban was that they did have a safe haven in Pakistan.
So, Secretary Rice, there had been a major mission shift under President Obama. Early on in his administration, he made clear that he thought Iraq was the bad war and the useless war, and Afghanistan was the good war. And so he did a couple of troop surges, including a sort of half-hearted large troop surge. Half-hearted because he'd been requested many more troops by General Petraeus than he actually gave him. And then immediately upon putting the troops in, he said that we were going to start withdrawing and we were going to change the mission from essentially holding as much territory as possible under the national government to retrenching within certain more populated areas and, you know, using that territory as basically a base of operations. We were also going to draw down American troop levels from the 20, 30, 40,000 range all the way down to 10,000 and below. What did you make of that move, and what did that mean for how sustainable the situation was on the ground in Afghanistan?
Well, I was initially heartened by the idea of a troop surge, although the conditions in Iraq and the conditions in Afghanistan were very different. We had a successful troop surge in Iraq that essentially won that war. We then, of course,
you know, like Texas?
ISIS came back, but
that's not really sad. No one cares what you think.
2008, 2009,
Texas
Iraq
is awesome.
was pretty stable. So I was a fan of troop surges, and I thought, well, this is a good idea. But then I started reading that we weren't going to do enough to really make a difference. If you're going to do a troop surge, do a troop surge.
What was it? Was it Portland?
Put limitations on the numbers.
Was it Portland? Like, we're not going to do business with Texas.
The other thing is, I've never understood this idea that you telegraph to your enemy, we're only staying for this long.
Afghans have strong ties to their individual tribes that kill each other.
This place. It's as if during World War II, we started broadcasting to the Germans or the Japanese exactly what we planned to do with the battle plan. And that tendency to want to talk about where we're moving to and how we're going to retrench and when we're going to withdraw, I think has been really one of the most pernicious elements of our military policy over the last several years.
Okay, so let's talk about the various arguments that are made in favor of withdrawal, some of which I think are just disconnected from reality, Secretary Rice. So the one that you hear the most is that this was an endless war. You heard President Biden say that repeatedly over the course of the last several months. By the time we left, we had a troop level that was basically ranking number 9 in terms of countries where we actually had troops. We had under 3,000 troops in Afghanistan. We had 0 combat casualties since February of 2020. And yet there seemed to be this great urgent drive to remove all the troops as soon as possible under the rubric of endless war. You know, what did you make of that particular argument?
Well, when the American president...
Is that the best you got, Besto?
This is an endless war that we have to get out of.
Rapists and
even if they're
incestual people.
A lot of attention because Afghanistan had gone...
It's not very creative.
As you noted. They're going to start to think it's an endless war, and we have to get out of it. And here I will say, I don't think we had the best policies, and I've said this before, under the Trump administration either. This notion that America couldn't sustain a few thousand troops in a strategically vital part of the world where we were still fighting terrorist and terrorist resurgence where we had an air base that could help us keep an eye on both Pakistan, not that stable a place with nuclear weapons, and Iran.
Master, are you upset because you're pro baby killing? You can't do that in Texas anymore? Is that what you're upset about?
As a superpower was really
What's got you so angry, brah?
Here's the argument I would have hoped we would have said. We are a country that benefited for a couple of centuries by our great oceans protecting us and peaceful neighbors to the north and the south. We found out on September 11th that we weren't protected. We decided we were going to take the war to them so we didn't have to fight it on our soil. That means that we need to forward deploy our forces to fight them out there so we don't have to fight them in here. That means that we may have
early
to
redemption penalties. That
numbers,
sucks.
contingents of American forces, intelligence assets, and military
Free choice?
hardware
Oh, I'm absolutely for free choice too. Like, you can choose not to have sex. You can choose some birth control. You can choose a condom. So many choices.
Prosecute the war on terror, so we don't have to prosecute it at home.
When does human development start?
Maybe we should take responsibility, Ben, those of us in the Bush administration, for not making.
I mean, a fetus is a baby. A fetus is a human baby. But then tell me, where does human development start?
People, but they did a lot of good for us too in letting us use their territory for our own.
Russian Gandalf.
I would also have said, we've done this forward deployment before.
I hope, Meso, this is gonna pop your bubble right here, man. It's gonna explode your mind. But let me tell you something. A baby is not a fully formed human being. Even one that comes out of the womb and even a 1-year-old baby isn't fully formed. So tell me, where does the process of human development start? Please try to sound scientific, like you know what you're talking about.
It is an armistice, not a victory in war.
And let me,
we have
yet another point: a baby can't survive on its own. A baby could survive on its own for about a day or two, and then it would die. But it would die. A toddler even would die without its parents. So yet again, you aren't proving to me where life begins. Where does human development start?
28,000 American forces on the Korean Peninsula, because even a powerful Korean.
Yeah, they're so. I was watching some streamers about the whole Texas. All they're losing their mind.
And so, why do we think that a younger, weaker Afghan army can stand alone against an insurgency? But I would have made the strategic argument. I wish we'd made it better.
Now, Secretary Rice, let's talk about the Afghan army for a second, because this is another excuse that's been used lately, is the incredibly quick collapse of the Afghan army. President Biden himself has blamed the Afghan army. He has suggested that they didn't have any will to fight, that basically if they weren't capable of holding up their own country at this point, there was nothing that 5 or 10 years would have done down the road. He's literally said that.
Mesto still can't tell me where human development starts.
The facts on the ground, namely the fact that we
it's amazing.
built the Afghan army.
It's almost like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
And then we removed all of their support bases and told everyone in Afghanistan we were leaving.
Well, I've heard many people now say maybe we built.
So you believe that human development starts at, like, the baby just appears in a woman or out of a woman, just appears? There's nothing. There's no process that happened before that.
Of course, we took away.
If that's your real answer, you really are stupid.
The aircraft, American pilots were no longer flying.
There's that, guys. Just the baby just like just after 9 months, it just zaps into a woman's stomach and then immediately comes out, and that's when human development starts.
You know that the Taliban, which was making inroads, we have to be clear about that. The Taliban goes into some area, encounters Afghan military personnel, says, you do know that the Americans are leaving. You're going to be left here with us. If you resist, we're going to kill your children. So how about you come over to our side and lay down your weapons? It's not hard to see why the morale of the Afghan army collapsed under those circumstances when we didn't even tell the new commander of
You said when you're saying it can when it can survive outside the womb. So when it's outside the womb, that's when human development starts. You're ignoring a lot of science there, buddy.
To shore up their sense of their ability to fight. And if one thing really rankles me,
I think you need to go back to like
they didn't
what, 5th grade biology, 5th or 6th grade, maybe 7th grade. I'll give you some credit. 7th grade.
They lost 66,000 people in this war. I was talking with some of my colleagues, former military officers. They talk about a general who we now think, an Afghan general, who we now think is trapped behind Taliban lines, who lost both his legs in a firefight that we were involved in. And he can't get out. Couldn't get to the airport.
Biology for what? Just basic biology. Just some basic biology.
It was
to learn about the human development cycle.
The heartlessness of talking.
He's gonna be really upset when he finds out there's actually a whole process that happens in a woman's tummy whenever a man ejaculates inside a woman and his sperm meets an egg, and it goes through this whole magical thing of growing
Secretary Rice, one of the other things
and
that's been
developing.
said is that the Afghan government was corrupt, that there were serious corruption issues going back all the way to the Karzai administration in Afghanistan, that the United States was never able to sort of wrap our arms around that, and thus, there was not any support for the interim government or for the current national government of Afghanistan in any real measure, that tribalism was eventually going to replace that anyway. It seems to me that there's a bit of historical ignorance when it comes to comparative situations. In the South Korean government didn't hold an election.
Excrement.
We were literally
Thanks for the
there
follow.
for 30 to 40 years before they held a free and fair election. So, giving people a couple of decades to move.
So now he's saying sentient. Now it's not saying outside the womb or anything like that. So now it's sentient.
Actually takes a fair bit of time. But what do you make of the development
Change.
of Afghanistan's government?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the South Korean.
Still can't.
They were actually
Still thinks that babies just appear out of nowhere.
Yes, look, the Afghan government.
Yeah, what? Afghan government corrupt? Huh? No way.
We were never able to get a hand on their corruption, and we were never able to get a handle on the drug trade. There's no doubt about that. Full stop. And it did undermine and erode confidence of the Afghan.
You support the death penalty too. You just support it for people that are. You support it for the most innocent among us. So congratulations, Mesto.
A government that was.
Congratulations, Mesto. You're kind of a piece of shit.
And I thought
you love the murder of babies.
Was trying to deal with some of those problems.
Oh, that was a good one.
Sometimes to root out corruption. But whatever you think about the Afghan government and their problems with corruption, their problems with the drug trade, their problems with tribalism, they were far cry from the Taliban, which was executing women in a soccer stadium given to them by the United Nations.
Wee baby, 1776. Thanks for the follow.
Leaders, they said, well, actually, you need to give us another stadium so we can continue to execute people in this one, and then we can play games.
Yeah, Dexter, I think he's
let's
missing out on a lot of definitions and what they mean.
Yes, this was an Afghan government that was challenged, but it wasn't the Taliban, and it was an Afghan government that tried to help us. When I hear people say, well, the Afghan people obviously didn't want us there, we see how many Afghans, hundreds of thousands of Afghans, were willing to sign on to the American effort to try to build their country in a better way, who were willing to give their lives to try to build their country in a better way, and who, oh, by the way, were willing to help us to build counterterrorism capabilities that made us safer. I hope when the history of this is written that we will remember that this 20 years that we bought because we were on Afghan territory fighting the counterterrorism fight.
Oh, he's already leaving. He came in, said some stupid stuff, made no sense, didn't know definitions of words, doesn't know when the human development starts.
And kill him in Pakistan. That 20 years.
So long.
Us, a peace that I did not think possible on September 12th. If you had told me we weren't going to have a big attack like September 11th again, I would have told you you were out of your mind. And so let's not forget what this 20 years bought for us. And oh, by the way, that it did buy a chance for the Afghan people at something better.
So let's talk for a second about where we are now in 2021. I was, I believe, 17 years old in 2001. It's been half a generation. A huge number of Americans not only don't remember 9/11, they weren't alive for 9/11. And so there seems to be this sort of counterfactual assumption that no matter what we did post 9/11, we were bound not to have another terror attack. And because there was no further severe terror attack on American soil, a spectacular attack like 9/11, there's an assumption that no matter what we did, it was never going to happen. And we may very well see the results of that sort of thinking.
God damn it, oil burner, stop it.
Results of that sort of thinking on 9/11, given the fact that you have the president of the United States right now saying that Al Qaeda was not in Afghanistan and we had routed them out. They are right back in Afghanistan. The Haqqani network
Had
was
ammo
Al-Qaeda
clip with
associated
talking
was
points
helping
prepared
to,
once he ran
quote
out.
unquote, handle security.
Well, he didn't.
At the,
His ammo was like a
international
3-round clip.
and you have
3-round
ISIS, which is
magazine.
obviously extraordinarily active over there. Are we experiencing a similar national failure
Jesus.
of imagination like we saw in the late 90s?
People trying to make racist remarks on my
We
channel.
are experiencing some forgetfulness about what happened on September 11th and what transpired after it.
Togo,
I
thanks for the
care a
follow.
lot about the mistakes that we made, that the
Imagine
Obama
being a woman in
administration
America.
made, that the Trump administration made.
Wait.
Yeah, in 20 years, we made.
I actually am a
but
woman in America
an
because in
enterprise
America
this
I can be a man or a
we're gonna make
woman
some mistakes.
whenever I want.
What we did
So
achieve,
I can tell you right now
was
it's wonderful.
despite all of mistakes, beside missteps, maybe there were other ways to do things. But we achieved what I did not think possible on September 12th, which was not another attack. It was so frightening after 9/11. We had streams of intelligence talking about radiological attacks on Washington, D.C., smallpox attacks on the country, constant threats of another attack. It really wasn't until we captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was the 9/11 planner. He was the sort of field general for North America, that we had a sense of what they might have been planning and were able to begin to act on it. It wasn't until we were able to take out some of these nests to work with the world, actually, to trace their financing in ways that led us to some of their people. And so what this bought us was an opportunity to really do the hard work of counterterrorism. I remember then at the president's speech to the Congress, the joint session of Congress.
Mess, I thought you were gone, bro.
This fight on terrorism will be in place long after I'm gone and many of my successors. And we lost patience because perhaps we forgot what it was like on September 12th and 13th and 14th, when it was terrifying to go onto an airplane, when it was terrifying to go into the center of New York City, when we worried that the anthrax attacks were actually foreign attacks. Yes, I think we have a bit of amnesia, and I can't blame my students here at Stanford who weren't even conscious on September 11th. But I surely don't understand how those who were in the Congress, in the Senate, those who were in positions of authority at that time, how they've forgotten. That I can't forgive.
So, Secretary Rice, let's talk about some of the other geostrategic implications of what just happened in Afghanistan, because obviously one major geostrategic implication is the rise of jihadism basically everywhere. I mean, Osama bin Laden said in the run-up to 9/11 that he thought that America was a paper tiger.
Lol.
Certainly that impression seems to
Mesto
be,
doesn't make me think of a guy who has never hardly read the Bible.
The Iranians have been getting very aggressive in their talk about developing a nuclear weapon. And obviously terror groups have already seeped back into Afghanistan, and there's a rally this week with members of jihadist groups holding a mock funeral for the United States, complete with fake coffins. But there's also some major geostrategic implications for China and Russia. Despite the State Department's newfound enthusiasm for large-scale letter sending to the Taliban, they said they've gotten over 100 countries to sign a letter to the Taliban urging them to allow people to leave. China and Russia were not on that list of countries. The UN Security Council resolution that called for freedom of movement from Afghanistan did not include China, did not include Russia. Both abstained. China is already obviously on the way toward recognizing the Taliban as the legitimate regime in Afghanistan, which, by the way, is a major shift from 96 to 2001, when only 3 countries on planet Earth actually recognized the Taliban as a regime: Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Pakistan. Now you have major regimes that are going to do so, probably including the United States, given that we have to bribe them to get people out. The Russians continue to nurture their relationship with the Taliban. And, as far as other countries, it would be astonishing to me if the Russians don't look with envious eyes at Latvia and
What does
Estonia,
that
and
mean?
the Chinese don't look at Taiwan.
What is a big dog dream?
What exactly are our limits here?
Well, credibility is not divisible.
Principal,
you can't
interest, Texas
and lose credibility in one place and maintain it in other places, because people look at the totality of what you've become. And now I think we should remember that in the run-up to 9/11, Al-Qaeda got bolder and bolder. First there was the attack on the World Trade Center in New York, and then there was the attack on our embassies in 1998 in Tanzania and Kenya. Then there was the attack on the coal, and then there was the attack of 9/11. Each time we didn't respond, they got bolder. And so I expect that the jihadist movement will be now quite bold. One thing that we used to think was that we had to have an alternative. We had to show people that this wasn't the only way. Now they're going to be able to crow for some time that they've defeated a major power, and they will attract and they will recruit on that basis. So that's the first problem. The second problem is actually with our allies. I'll come to China and Russia, but I'm as concerned that our allies, who apparently weren't really consulted properly, but most importantly had signed on to this 20-year war, are now wondering about us. And it's going to take some work to rebuild those relationships. And you can't just do it with words.
Yeah, who's going to trust us now? We just threw all of our Afghan allies and even some of our own citizens, left them there and threw them to the wolves. Who is ever going to trust us again if we ever go to another country?
Might try to exploit. It's going to require some action too. So I hope that we're thinking of ways to send a strong message about Taiwan, because the Chinese will wonder if we weren't willing to sustain a presence in Afghanistan, given all of the blood and treasure, given the fact that that was where the attack came from in 9/11. Are we really going to help Taiwan defend itself, as we have said under the Taiwan Relations Act? If you're in Ukraine today, are you really believing that if Vladimir Putin decides he's going to be more aggressive in eastern Ukraine, or maybe even start to move that line westward, is the United States really going to respond when it wouldn't stay in Afghanistan, given all that Afghanistan meant to us? And for
Nonsense.
Iran, what will it mean to them?
I mean, there's some crazy things that happen in the Bible that I guess
our friends and allies from
would seem
Iranian,
crazy to believe.
Groups in Iraq or Yemen or other places. So we need some action. I would probably start with Taiwan, and that probably means maybe another robust arms package to Taiwan, or some demonstration that the United States is good to its word, because our credibility's taken a hit, and we just have to
You
understand
don't say,
and
Ms.
move on
Rice.
from there.
Yeah, Secretary Rice, you mentioned our allies, and I really do wonder if our allies are going to start to pretty quickly triangulate and try to make nice with China and Russia, given the weakness of the United States. You've seen that sort of thing from Germany with regard to Russia, because they're reliant in at least large part on Russian oil. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if you see erstwhile allies in the Middle East starting to make moves toward China, which is perfectly happy to do military arms deals with a lot of our allies in the Middle East, simply because a lot of our allies are feeling like the United States can't be trusted. Like in some ways, it's almost easier to be an enemy of the United States, just wait them out long enough, than it is to be an ally who might get undercut.
I think that they will ultimately recognize that the United States is a better partner than the Chinese.
The Chinese going to come in there and get all that lithium.
I will say that for a while they're going to hedge their bets. Look for some visits from our friends in the Middle East to China. Look for some.
I'm not sure I don't think I've ever read a Bible verse that has a lot to do with abortion.
Want to lay down,
I don't know where people are getting abortion in the Bible.
They are prepared to deal with anyone, because frankly I think a number of them are frightened.
Educate me. Where does it talk about abortion in the Bible?
And for even our allies
it's
in
pointed
Europe,
out.
I don't see them abandoning NATO. I've heard some really kind of apocalyptic scenarios. I don't see that happening. But I will tell you this: they had thought that maybe some of the things that had happened with Europe under the Trump administration.
Oh, I love a good meme.
Aberration, because you know that they thought that it was because President Trump didn't know how to do diplomacy. Well, they thought in President Biden they had somebody who was an experienced hand, and so maybe this isn't about the president. Maybe this is about America, and how America now reads her role in the world. Some 75, 80 plus years after the end of World War II. And so that's going to, for a while, make them take a step back
Ukraine is
and
always being
wonder
hacked.
what they,
Power goes
whether
off.
they can
Yeah,
trust
Ukraine
us.
seems like a rough
It's
place to
gonna
be.
take some really hard work to rebuild it. I don't think it's beyond the realm of the possible that we can. But we aren't going to do that if we just keep saying, no, our credibility hasn't been damaged. Our credibility's been damaged.
Final question for you. So obviously we are about to commemorate the 20th anniversary of 9/11. That was a very odd date for Joe Biden originally to pick to pull out of Afghanistan completely. You know, having been there
Ukraine
at the
knows
White
how to
House
riot.
on 9/11, What message would you
I
give
hope
to
so.
Americans as a reminder of what 9/11 meant and what it still means?
I would say to Americans, particularly those of you who were alive that day,
I'm gonna say
don't
there's
ever forget
more
both
corruption in
fear
a lot of these
that,
countries that aren't
we
like
were going to be attacked
well
and attacked again,
established.
attacked again.
Established.
Don't ever forget what it felt like to try to get on an airplane for the first time. Don't ever forget how you felt when you heard that an airplane went down that a few weeks later that actually was not a terrorist attack. And remember that a lot of brave men and women gave their lives to make sure that you wouldn't have to fear.
Anti-medical tyranny.
They gave their lives to make sure that your government and your military were doing what they could to protect you, despite the challenges of being in a place.
I wish we would do that.
And
I wish
never
people would
again
actually push back against it.
that America is safe. America's safety is a daily proposition that has to be worked at constantly through vigilance and through hard work. And we've made it harder now.
Because you keep making racist remarks.
But it's going to be necessary work that has to.
You don't do that on Twitch. You don't do it on my channel.
If I may, to the men and women who served, many of whom
Are the
remain,
devils. Okay, we'll just say that they're the devils and don't call them a racist thing.
You gave us 20 years of peace after the most horrific attack on our territory since the War of 1812. And that's not going to be
not really.
It wasn't for nothing.
I don't really care as long as you don't say racist remarks on my
Secretary
channel.
Rice, it's an honor and a pleasure to speak with you, even though it has to be
Dance
during
to
a very dark time in
Graham, thanks
American history. I
for
really
the
appreciate your
follow.
time. Condoleezza Rice, thanks so much for joining the Ben Shapiro Show Sunday Special.
Bum, bum, bum. Russell Brand. Was this the 3rd? What's today? 6 was 3 days ago. Is it going? What the F, Daily Wire? Murder by injection, which goes off the script. Ooh, I love it when we go off the script.
Virginia is seeing a 26% increase in positive cases of people that are fully vaccinated over the last 8 weeks.
Oh!
We'll read that one more time. West Virginia is seeing a 26% increase in positive cases in people that are fully vaccinated.
Ooh, it's almost like the efficacy
and
rate.
a 21% increase in breakthrough cases requiring hospitalization for people that are fully vaccinated. We have also seen a 25% increase in deaths of people that are fully vaccinated over the last 8 weeks. Now, that's not a 25% increase of the total numbers or whatever. It is a 25% increase of deaths of people that are fully vaccinated over the last 8 weeks.
I'm sure they don't want you to hear that. He went on to say this. He went on to say, make sure to get your booster shot. This man's an idiot. Everyone, let's go get our jabs. That should make you feel real good. Dude. Daily Wire. Appreciate it.
That essentially prevents abortion after week 6. Now, here's the thing. The Supreme Court didn't overturn Roe versus Wade. Wish to God that they had, they have not. Roe versus Wade is a Supreme Court decision that says that nationally speaking, there can be no laws that severely restrict abortion under most circumstances. This was changed by Planned Parenthood versus Casey in the early 90s, which was a case in which we learned that any law that placed an undue
talk to your doctor if you want to get vaxxed.
seeking to have an
See what they
abortion
say.
post-viability was somehow unconstitutional. Now, again, grab your magnifying glass, look for any of this in the Constitution, you're going to have a pretty hard time. But put that aside. This new case where the Supreme Court turned down injunction, the reason they did so is a specific legal reason. You can't issue an injunction on a law.
There's a study from Israel saying people that have had COVID but haven't had the vax are handling
based on enforcement of a law.
Handling the Delta variant better than the people that are vaxxed.
Of the state, or against the Attorney General of the state. That's pretty common. What you can't have is me sue the local janitor to enjoin a law, because the janitor is not the enforcement mechanism. Okay, what's weird about the Texas law is that the state is not the enforcement mechanism. What the state does is it creates a private cause of action.
Logan King,
If I see
the third
abortion doctor,
thanks for the
performing an
follow.
abortion on a woman, I can now sue the abortion doctor for violating state law and get $10,000 out of the abortion doctor, which effectively shuts down abortion clinics in Texas.
What is it? This is old Alex Jones.
This thing, like the more important something is, the more it doesn't matter. The more it's just like nothing, like our free speech or capitalism or anything. So I'll launch this Assange petition.
Leftists don't believe in having jobs, though.
I'm going to cancel the show permanently. It's a decision I've made, because if I can't even in 6 days put a petition out for Julian Assange to be pardoned, they're about to extradite him to the U.S., then I shouldn't be on the air. What, the petition doesn't even line up straight? Just take it off. I'm not doing it. I'm shutting it down, and maybe. You know, humanity just has to fall. Civilization has to fall. All the left and their big high-rises, on the top of shoelaces, who prey on those of us that work, it just has to go down. And you know it's going to go down, too. And I just have been a fool trying to prop it up. God, I've tried hard.
Okay, I don't know. It's taking a while to go anywhere. Yeah, why would Big Pharma want to keep something going on that they get to charge people for insane COVID tests? Yeah, I like how apparently ivory medicine has been used a lot in different things, but we like to just, oh, it's horse medication, don't do it.
Post 6 weeks. Okay, so this creates a bit of a conundrum for the courts, because the lawsuit that was brought to create an injunction here was brought against a judge in Texas. Now, the judge in Texas was not actually enforcing the law. The judge had sued nobody. The judge had not brought...
Wait, a new study on the effects of natural infection by the coronavirus suggests that there may be little to no benefit for recovered SARS-CoV-2 patients in receiving vaccines against the coronavirus. According to the study conducted in Cleveland, Ohio, published in the MedRx Journal last month, people who are infected with the coronavirus enjoy significant long-term immunity from the virus, which is unlikely to be increased by being injected with one of the coronavirus vaccinations now on the market. The study followed 52,000 employees at Cleveland Clinic Health System monitoring infections among vaccinated and unvaccinated workers, incidents of reinfection among both vaccinated and unvaccinated workers. Of the 52,000 employees tracked in study, 2,579 had previously tested positive for coronavirus, while 49,000 had never been confirmed as carrying the virus. 53% of the 2,579 employees who had been infected with the virus previously remained unvaccinated, compared to 41% of the employees who were never diagnosed with the virus. 0 previously infected employees were reported to have become infected again with the virus, regardless of the vaccination status. Ooh, they don't want to hear that. This is a new study. I'm reading this one for the first time. So not only is there an Israel study that I've read, now there's one from Ohio. Vaccination significantly reduced the risk of coronavirus infection, the study found, but only amongst those who had not previously been infected. That's interesting. If Trump was in office, I'd get the vax. I don't Logan, that's a dumb reason to not get the vax. This was, I mean, like, in all honesty, I don't like the way it's being pushed, but to just like, oh, someone's in office. I mean, the vaccine rollout was pushed. You know, you understand it was there when Trump was still in office, and he's the one that had Operation Warp Speed going.
Brought anybody up on charges or anything. None of that. Instead, the lawsuit should have been targeting, presumably, a person who reports another person, right?
Israelis are not evil. Israelis are pretty cool.
And then that goes up to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court said this is not right, right? This is not. We have not gotten to the point where an actual
Casey
legitimate lawsuit
Affleck?
has been filed.
No, that's a
You
new
have
one.
to have what's called a cognizable defendant. It has to be the right person.
I'm trying to remember Casey Affleck.
This does not overrule Roe versus Wade. It doesn't. Again, wish to God it had. It does not. That would then revert the question of abortion.
Oh, that guy.
It originally was.
Okay.
It already gotten pretty liberal in places like California and New York. It was very conservative in places like Alabama and Texas.
I can kind of see it. I can see it.
Is how it should be, absent some sort of
Free Palestine. Yeah.
Fetal life.
I'm good without the Palestinians.
So,
Palestinians
Joe Biden
taking
now
control.
is fighting mad over all of this. Joe Biden put out a statement.
A fabricated
His
antichrist.
face doesn't move that well anymore. His statement says, today, Texas law SB 8 went into effect. This extreme Texas law blatantly violates the constitutional right
Free
to stand
Palestine
for Roe versus Wade.
from
So,
Hamas.
first thing, if you established a constitutional right by a Supreme Court case, it wasn't a constitutional
Yeah,
right.
yeah, she did say that, Hoser.
Yeah, it's pretty
That
obvious.
she doesn't trust it when he, but then, you know, whenever they take office, like everything magically changes.
Medicare, established by the Supreme Court in 1985. Then it wasn't established by the Constitution, was it? But put that aside, because Democrats are frequently putting aside the Constitution.
I'll take my horse pills.
They say this was upheld as precedent. For
No, I'm good. I've already had COVID. I didn't need any horse pills.
I mean, obviously, if a case is really terrible and it's upheld as precedent for half a century, we have to leave it forever. Like Plessy versus Ferguson, which said that segregation was totally fine. Should have left that forever. It was precedent for fully half a century. Plessy versus Ferguson was end of the 19th century. Brown versus Board wasn't until 1954. So, you know, should have left it, presumably. I mean, that was half a century of precedent. No? You think not? I didn't think so either. The Texas law, said Joe Biden, will significantly impair women's access to the health care they need, particularly for communities of color and individuals with low income. Now, again, I don't know why it would infringe on communities of color and individuals with low income.
Fuck, Christians are weak as fuck.
Probably, actually,
No way.
infringe on people who can afford to pay.
Weak fuck Christians are weak?
Those people are going to be the people who get sued. But he says it outrageously deputizes private citizens to bring lawsuits against anyone who they believe has helped
We're
another
getting a
person
little bit of hate speechy there.
family members, healthcare workers,
We're getting a little bit TOS-y
strangers with no
on that
connection
one.
to the individual.
And I mean, that's 3 times. Sorry, buddy.
We're going to see lawsuits launched against the Uber driver, as the left likes to
Mr.
say
Oil
in
Burner.
these particular cases.
I honestly wouldn't mind
I'm not saying
letting you
that this law
spew
is
your rhetoric and I
I'm
guess
not saying that this
your
law is going to be upheld by the
anger,
Supreme Court. In fact, I think probably
except Twitch will get me in trouble. They'll kick me off, so
Planned Parenthood versus Casey.
you're not worth
But
keeping around for
like this one, and
the
they're probably
risk
gonna
that
say
you
this
run.
is effectively
Lo
turning
siento, señor.
citizens into state actors. Okay, but the notion that Roe versus Wade was just overturned is crazy. Then Joe Biden says, my administration is deeply committed to the constitutional right established in Roe versus Wade nearly 5 decades ago and will protect and defend that right. I mean, hasn't the Biden administration done enough in the past few weeks to kill Americans, to step in at this point and insist on the killing of more Americans?
Gotta kill babies.
And so the most bizarre defense of the day, Jen Psaki at the White House was asked
They're
by
never-
a
never
religious news
happy
reporter
enough.
about the fact that Joe Biden considers himself a religious Catholic, and yet is now backing widespread abortion. Jen Psaki's answer was, this was treated by the media as a slay queen moment. Slay queen.
Slay queen. Un momento, guys. I'm gonna go check on the storm outside and probably grab some more coffee. Y'all, hang tight. Alex Jones even close trustworthy. You know what? I challenge you. Let's see. We're gonna listen to an indie folk song of Alex Jones, and you tell me if you don't trust him after this.
The paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural, and this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're in giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green-looking skin. They run around screaming, "We love Satan. We wanna eat babies.
You wanna eat babies."
I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man.
This is one of my favorite videos of the year. Even though it's from 2019, but I just discovered it. What the hell?
Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
COVID is Pelosi's fault? What about China?
My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go.
Yeah, I saw that one, Dexter.
We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions upon it, people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna steal your
Obama phone.
We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna.
I love that video. That makes me so happy. What the hell?
Yeah, it's not.
Why does the president?
All right, back to abortion in Texas. And Texas being awesome for stopping baby murder.
He believes that it's a woman's right, it's a woman's body, and it's her.
He's
choice.
definitely a fascinating person. That's for sure. He's like crazy intelligent, but he's also insane.
Make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant. But for women out there who have faced.
Wait, false. I'm told by the left all the time that men can have babies. So how does she know? First of all, she's assuming his gender, which is a big lefty no-no. She should know that's no-no. Don't do that. And in assuming that he also hasn't aborted a baby just because he's a man, it's crazy talk.
Face those choices. This is an incredibly difficult thing. The president believes their rights should be respected.
So I noticed that
Meh.
she says here, you're not a woman. You've never faced this difficult decision. So shut up. So I guess what we're supposed to take, first of all, I don't know how she's assuming this male identifying person's gender. I've been told reliably by this administration
Reliably.
that men can have babies. This is what I have been told. And I believe them because they are a reliable source. So if I'm told that men can have babies, I don't know what she's jabbering on about how he's never been in this situation. How does she know he's never had an abortion? Or considered an abortion?
Valid
She doesn't know any of
question.
that. Just the fact that he has a penis that shouldn't prohibit him from having thoughts on this particular issue. He might be a woman. And not all women have vaginas, according to this
Wormy
administration.
leaving?
Also, her comeback to Joe Biden is not acting super Catholic and backing abortion is, you're not a woman, you don't know. So I suppose this means that Joe Biden is a woman now, which is news. I mean, that is breaking news. We have the first female president. He's an old man with a... So, and has considered abortion in the past as a religious Catholic. So I am pleased to learn all of these new facts from Jen Psaki. What a slay queen moment. And you can't do the I am woman, hear me roar when you cannot define a woman. It makes it very, very difficult. Okay, then you have Elizabeth Warren, who I noticed is in the United States Senate and ran for president unsuccessfully while
No, I would never have a. I wouldn't vote to have a regulated thing of killing babies.
Very famous TV show host.
If someone's gonna go to the vast evil of killing a baby, I would much rather them do it in the dark and against all wishes of the culture and socially acceptable practices. I would rather them do that. I understand people are going to perform evil things no matter what you do. It's going to happen. But never say that you accept it just because people are going to decide to do it.
Opinions. I noticed that they were on TV together on my television screen, complaining how we now live in The Handmaid's Tale. Well, on my television screen.
Why do conservatives not give a shit about miscarriages? Like, in what manner? In what way do...
Just like The Handmaid's Tale.
Do Republicans, or I guess people or conservatives don't give a shit about miscarriages?
I think it's hyperbolic when I tweet about The Handmaid's Tale coming to America.
Yes.
But I don't think it seems hyperbolic now. Does it to you?
No. So,
yes. A fetus is a baby. A fetus is just a Latin word for baby.
When I was young, before Roe versus Wade, and when abortion is illegal, rich women still get abortions.
Yep.
Women with resources
Fetus.
still get abortions. Women
Usually when you see the U in Latin, it makes a oo sound.
still get abortions. So what this law is really about is not stopping abortions across the board. This is about bearing down on the most vulnerable among us.
Okay, this is an amazing thing. Okay, so
I would say a baby is far more vulnerable than a woman that's pregnant. And we're literally killing the babies by the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, every single year. So, yeah.
A few things. One, she says that she grew up in a time when abortion was illegal. Okay, first of all, she grew up in a time when abortion was legal in certain states. Second of all, was it The Handmaid's Tale then? Really, it was like 1955, 1960, 1965, right? Because Roe versus Wade wasn't until the early 70s. Was 1970 The Handmaid's Tale for women? I missed that part. Somebody should ask her that. Because she says that now we're back in The Handmaid's Tale. So, was it The Handmaid's Tale in 1969? I noticed a lot of screwing going on in 1969 at like Woodstock. So, was that The Handmaid's Tale? I'm having trouble reconciling these two things. Then, I just find it astonishing how the left has invested itself so much in equity talk that they can't even make their old arguments.
The astronomical amount of miscarriages happen.
They are now forced.
So, but what are you talking about miscarriages? What number of miscarriages are out there? And is a miscarriage, is it happening accidentally or is it happening purposefully? Like, I don't get what, Dan, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what you're mad about. Usually when you say miscarriage is a freak thing that happens to a woman where she has a baby and does nothing to it, and something just goes wrong inside of her, and the baby ends up, dying, and then it's a problem. So I don't understand what you're comparing to. Like, why are you comparing something that's accidental? Or it's not even accidental. It's just it happens. It's no one's fault. It's something that happens, naturally with some people. Why are you comparing that to something that we literally that someone makes the conscious choice to kill a baby? Then explain it to me. I feel like I have, but I don't think you are. You're not explaining this very well. I don't understand. Miscarriages aren't people making the conscious decision to kill a baby. A miscarriage is a baby dying on the inside and having problems within the woman. They're two completely different things. So I don't know what you want. See, you don't care. You want to sit there and bitch about people being virtue signaling, but you don't even know how to explain your own argument. I don't know if you're just flat out lying or you just don't know how to articulate your thoughts. I really don't know what it is with you, but either way, it's not convincing.
Into the box of explaining to Joy Reid on national TV that really what this is about is harming quote unquote vulnerable women. Rich women will be fine, but this is really not directed equally. It is literally a
Texas
law
will
that is
invade the
directed
North.
equally.
They'll kick ass so
The
bad.
law applies to all.
And they will kick our ass so bad.
There's a
They'll think
famous
you're
joke
Robert
about
Lee.
the New York
Yeah!
Times
Woo!
that the ultimate New York Times.
The South will rise again!
Earth tomorrow. Women and minorities hit hardest.
I'm playing Warzone, bro.
Right,
I'm
and
happy to
that's
hop
kind of
into a
how
Discord.
the left
Okay,
takes
well then,
this stuff. It's like there's a law.
then choose
you don't
one.
like the law,
Because you're both doing them half-ass.
and for women who are of color, etc., etc.
When a woman has a miscarriage, lock them up. Let's go get them. All them women and their dang miscarriages. They meant to have a miscarriage. It wasn't accidental.
Whereas Joy Reid is justifying the Afghan pullout. You want to look at The Handmaid's Tale? They're literally going to shove women into basements in burqas, tell them they can never go to school again or walk on the street without a male present. They can't drive or they'll be beaten. Joy Reid is totally up for that. So is Elizabeth Warren. But it's real Handmaid's Tale kind of crap. When in the United States, you have to get an IUD, use a condom, or take a birth control pill instead of aborting a baby after it's already been conceived.
I know, I'm very cute.
That is the other alternative. I love that the alternative.
Don't be a grifter hypocrite. You're right. Can't be a hypocrite. So if we're gonna lock women up for abortions, we gotta lock them up for miscarriages too, because they're the exact same thing.
According to the left, are randomly get pregnant and be forced to bear the child in the worst of possible circumstances, or widespread abortion for all. I've noticed a bunch of gradations here. So for a long time before the rise of the birth control pill, the solution to getting pregnant out of wedlock was to not have sex out of wedlock. That was the solution.
That's just crazy talk.
And in fact, people who did have sex out of
Start
wedlock
drawing the slides now.
very often got married. If you look at the number of 7-month babies who were being born in the 1940s, the answer is a lot. Okay, then the birth control pill came around, and now you have a really easy solution to avoid getting pregnant without even getting married, without having sex, and that is to use birth control.
What outcomes are you hoping for?
Such a sacrament that if abortion goes away,
lock them up for masturbating.
Remember, they used to say that abortion was really about
Let's get them. Get all men.
Tough situations where a woman is, where it's about rape or it's about incest or it's about
daft cunt.
Baby fetal abnormalities. They don't even bother with that anymore. Now it's like it's pure birth control. I don't feel like using a condom. I don't feel like using birth control. I feel like having unprotected sex.
I'm just gonna.
If I conceive a baby, I feel like going.
We're just gonna pump these ladies full of babies and then force them to have emotional trauma by getting an abortion.
It really starts to undercut whatever moral case you have for even restricted levels of abortion. And you have Nicole Wallace and MSNBC.
Like a bunch of the people on the left are calling for women to, remain abstinent from guys so that they don't have to end up getting abortion. I'm like, yeah, absolutely, lefties, you go for it. Like, I preach that abstinence. Stand behind you 100%.
NBC, also on her high horse.
Donna, again, in this moment, male governors in Florida and Arizona and Texas don't want the body to be covered by a 4-inch piece of cloth against mask mandates.
I mean, if you're saying that abortion's okay, then yeah, you could probably start making the argument for up to 5 years old, up to 10 years old. Shit, even our children nowadays are pretty worthless until they're like 20. So like up to 20 years old, the parent can just get rid of you.
Ooh, deep into the uterus. You know what reaches deep into the uterus? Abortion doctors killing the babies inside the uterus. I noticed, just like as a physical matter. Actually going in and cutting up a baby and then sucking its brains into a sink, that's physically reaching deep into a uterus. In fact, what these governors are doing is saying you cannot reach deep into the uterus to kill the thing that is growing in your uterus, which is a human. I'm also very annoyed. I'm highly irritated with the stupid argument that...
Togo, I don't necessarily think the baby deserves to die because of that, but if you're referring to the Texas legislation, no, a woman can get an abortion with, nope, Dance to Graham, you're wrong. You're wrong, buddy. Go play some more Warzone because you're stuck at this debate. In the Texas law, if you're raped or a matter of rape or incest, you can get an abortion.
And there are plenty of women, by the way, who are pro-life. In fact, I would say virtually all of the pro-life leaders that I personally know are women. People like Lila Rose.
I'm even cuter when I'm right, so that would make sense.
Right? She's the governor of Alabama. She signed into law 2 years ago a law that banned nearly all abortions. Was she a man at the time? How does that work? Well, the good news is that at least Robin DiAngelo recognizes humanity in the womb. This is exciting. So Robin DiAngelo, the author of White Fragility, the anti-racist activist, she now says that
I'm pretty darn cute.
Even affecting her as a fetus. All these self-contradictory language by
Shut up, Dexter. You don't know.
Are invested in the racist status quo for lots of reasons.
Racist status quo.
I think it's unfortunate, but I do think we have to see it as in our own best interests. So a couple things have to happen there. One is it's a little more abstract. Dismantle your very
That's a good picture of Bush
to the core and rebuild it. Because even before I took my first breath, as my mother carried...
That'd be good. I gotta remember how to go do one, but yeah, I would love to make that an emote.
On us.
Robin DiAngelo's
I never messed with that stuff a lot, but that'd be a great emote.
She was a human in the womb. Racism was operating on her. Well, I mean, I guess the answer for the left is you can abort all the kids in the womb, I guess, and then you won't have to worry about future racists. So you remember a few months back there was this amazing story from a place called We Spa in LA, where a person who said they were a transgender woman started showing his dangly bits to women in the spa, and women complained.
His dangly bits.
Well, that
also known as his cock and balls.
Violent protests with media outlets declaring an example of bias against the transgendered, or even that it didn't happen. Slate said it was a transphobic hoax. On Monday, charges of indecent exposure were discreetly filed against a serial sex offender for the We Spa incident, following an investigation by LAPD. This is according to the New York Post. Sources with knowledge of the case but not authorized to speak publicly say 4 women and a minor girl came forward to allege that Darren A.G. Morager was partially erect in the women's section
as far
of
as
the
rape
spa.
incest. I've heard that it's not for survivors in rape.
Morager is facing multiple felony.
I mean, it's up to 6 weeks, so maybe that's it. Maybe you got your time to get your abortion.
Exclusively to the Post, denies the allegations, says she's actually the victim of transphobic harassment. On July 23rd,
A cute little
several women
fish.
confronted staff at the We Spa.
Is that
in
like,
LA's
does a fish
Koreatown
look
for
wrong? Like,
accusations
oh.
A person exposed male genitalia in the women's section. Video of the interaction was posted the following day on Instagram by a woman using the name Cubana Angel. It's okay for a man to go to a woman's section, shows penis
Let's
around
look it up.
women, young little girls underage in your spa. She asked the staff he's a man. This promptly went viral. Okay, well,
Anti-contraceptives.
This ever happened. The LAPD so far have confirmed few details about the We Spa incident. Inquiries sent to the department were responded with statements saying the investigation is ongoing. Then this week, a warrant was issued for the arrest of Darren Morager, based on 5 felony counts of indecent exposure. Everything about the We Spa was a bunch of garbage and lies, Morager said in an interview. She says she is legally female in California and was in a jacuzzi in the women's section when she was accosted by the Cubana Angel. She never saw me naked. I was underwater with water all the way up to the chest. Morager denies ever being erect or around children at the spa. She says she's the victim of sexual harassment by transphobic women at We Spa. But law enforcement sources say Morager is a Tier 1 registered sex offender with 2 prior convictions of indecent exposure, stemming from incidents in 2002-2003. In 2008, she was convicted for failing to register as a sex offender.
Post-insemination contraceptives.
So obviously we've been watching some of these, what they call extreme weather events, being treated as though this is really all about climate change as opposed to management of infrastructure or the management of wildfires in California. See this giant wildfire, obviously, over in Calder. A bunch of wildfires in California recently. Pretty damaging. It is hot in California. But is this historic in any real sense in terms of the acreage being burned? Also, we saw obviously this huge flood in New Jersey and New York.
Okay, I admit I might have been wrong. I thought that rape and incest, but the deal is they can still get an abortion up to 6 weeks. So if you've been raped or you've had incestual relations, you can still get an abortion up to 6 weeks.
Focus in on the process whereby we are supposed to,
which I don't even necessarily still agree with, but
about 100 years from now, here is the governor of New Jersey.
So yeah, after 6 weeks, then they can.
With a pretty obvious statement, but the world is changing, right? These storms are coming in more frequently. Steve and I were on the phone last night on this topic. They're coming in more frequently. They're coming in with more intensity. And as it relates to our infrastructure, our resiliency, our whole mindset, the playbook that we use, we got to leap forward and get out ahead of this.
Okay, meanwhile, you have the same routine from Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader. He says that what this is really about more than anything else is not how you manage crisis. It's really about just the fact that the world is getting warmer. And
Yeah,
that's all because
I tend to do that.
So presumably we need to do what AOC wants.
I'm not right all the time as much as I try.
When you get 2 record rainfalls in a week, it's not just coincidence. When you get all the changes that we have seen in weather, that's not a coincidence.
Oh my God, here comes climate change.
Global warming is upon us, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse unless we do something about it.
Okay, and of course, you had the California fire director saying...
See, now I'm real... Yeah.
The global warming is the big problem.
Caldor fire is burning in areas that have no fire history that we have over 100 years to areas that have burned within the last 20 years, all of the above. And we're seeing it burn through different vegetation types and age classes that we wouldn't necessarily expect fire to spread through. And that is absolutely drought, climate change, dry fuel conditions that we just haven't seen before.
bad forest
Joining us
management.
online to discuss all of this is Dr. Stephen Koonin, physicist and leader in U.S. science policy, former Undersecretary for Science at the U.S. Department of Energy during the Obama administration, where he served as the president's chief scientist. He's a professor at NYU and author of Unsettled: What Climate Science Tells Us, What It Doesn't, and Why It Matters. Dr. Koonin, thanks so much for joining the show.
Great to be chatting with you, Ben.
So let's talk for a second about what the science actually says about this sort of stuff. So we've been told for years that when you have a big event that is weather and long-standing secular trends.
Hold on, Dexter, we'll watch it after this little
there is a big weather
climate
event,
change
you
bit.
immediately get people on the TV telling us that it is all about climate change. How do we attribute specific events to climate change? Would you attribute the specific events that we've been seeing to climate change? Would you attribute their impacts to bad policy? How do you suss all this out?
Yeah, well, it's complicated, as many things are that people talk about and really don't understand. The kind of events you're talking about are weather, unless there is a multi-decade trend. Climate plays out over many decades. Weather happens every day or every year. And so unless you see these kinds of events happening multiple times in a decade, then it's just weather, and it's not climate change. I might say that the term climate change is perhaps deliberately confusing. The climate changes for both natural reasons and under human influences. When we say climate change popularly, we mean human influences as opposed to the natural changes that might be going on.
So when we look at sort of these extreme weather emergencies, the claim has been by members of the media, by many members of the scientific community, that we're seeing many, many more of these disasters over the past 50 years, specifically because of climate change.
Fuck
when you
Joe
actually
Biden.
read the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate
Yes.
Change report,
I'm all for
varies,
it.
it seems, by climate disasters. So you might be able to say that there are more intense fires in, for example, the West where it's hotter. But the argument that we've been seeing more hurricanes is obviously not true. It might be more intense hurricanes, but there's actually not a lot of evidence that we've been seeing more hurricanes per se, or that more damage is being done by those hurricanes, or that if there is more damage being done by the hurricanes, it's not because of the target effect, meaning that we've just been building in areas more broadly where the hurricanes are about to hit.
Right, so let me take the fires first, and then we'll talk about the hurricanes. The fires in the U.S., if you look at the records, even the reports say that there was a lot more acreage burned in the early part of the 20th century than there has been recently. And the reason for that is that during the 1920s up to 1970, the Forest Service adopted a policy of fire exclusion. And that allowed the forest to grow and, of course, prevented fires, Smokey the Bear being the most obvious. And then
Smokey.
the fires hit a low in the 70s and have been climbing a bit in recent decades. California, for example, the drought didn't change at all over the 20th century, except toward the very end. So you had fires going down even as the drought remained constant. And the reason is, again, human influence.
Dang, Smokey the Bear is
It's
a
only
reason
in the last
why there's so
decade or
much.
two that we've seen the fires come up modestly. The disasters are due then to forest management, which has been irresponsible, to allow the trees to grow to an unhealthy extent, to development by putting towns in the middle of forests like Greenville and Paradise, and then to drought conditions. Now, whether the drought is natural or human-caused remains to be seen, since we've seen many multi-decade droughts over the last 1,000 years in California. So the best thing we can do about the fires is manage the forest properly and not build towns in the middle of the forests. Let's talk about the hurricanes. So the latest IPCC report, which came out about 3 and a bit weeks ago, says that there are no long-term trends in the number of hurricanes around the world or in the North Atlantic. There is some indication that they have gotten more intense in the last several decades, but it's only one paper, and even that paper says we're not sure whether we see the trend, whether it's human-caused or natural. There's a lot of variability in hurricanes on multi-decade scales.
So, Dr. Koonin, one of the things that seems pretty obvious is that when you talk about this stuff as a scientist, and you're talking, again, about long-term...
Sounds like it could be a load of baloney.
When politicians talk about this stuff, it seems pretty obvious that what they are doing is simply avoiding responsibility for the stuff they can do today. Because if you talk about climate change, long-term, as we say, secular trends, nothing can be done today that is under their control and for which they can be blamed to change the climate, because this stuff is baked into the cake right now. It's going to be baked into the cake for the next several decades. Once you emit carbon, the carbon particles stay up in the air for literally centuries. So unless we develop some sort of technology to suck that stuff out of the air, the best you could be doing is hoping to maybe mitigate some future growth in climate change, over the course of the coming decades. But the notion that politicians basically get to ignore their current responsibilities to do what they can to mitigate the damage from this stuff by blaming climate change seems like a cop-out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There are things we can and should be doing today to minimize the impact of these events. Building up the infrastructure, New Orleans and Louisiana fared a lot better under Ida than it did under Katrina because there was a deliberate investment in levees and pumps and sewers and so on. We should be doing that in the Northeast. Where do we build houses, improving our sewer systems, and so on? To have any effect on the climate by reducing global emissions, even if that were possible, and I happen to believe it's practically impossible, at least through the end of the century, if we were to do that, that would only play out over a century in terms of its effect on the climate.
So, Dr. Coonan, one of the things that we see every time there's a sort of disaster TV like this is people getting on the TV and saying, this sort of stuff is going to not only be happening more and more frequently, but it's going to put millions of lives at risk. Again, this seems to ignore an actual real secular trend, which is the number of people who die in weather disasters every year has been declining markedly over the course of the last century to all-time lows now.
That's exactly right, and that's due to development, it's due to better prediction of storms, and it's due to more resilient infrastructure. And it's not only in the developed world, but also in the developing world. And if we are going to deal with these problems in the short to midterm, to the extent that they are problems, the best thing to do is to bolster the resilience of society.
It's Dr. Stephen Coonan, physicist and leader in U.S. science policy, former President Obama's chief scientist, and his book is Unsettled: What Climate Science Tells Us, What It Doesn't, and Why It Matters. Go pick up a copy today. It is well worth the read. Dr. Coonan, really appreciate the time and the insight.
Great to be chatting with you, Ben.
Joining us on the line is Eric Felton, investigative correspondent for Real Clear Investigations, reporting on government corruption, former columnist for The Wall Street Journal, previously a Kennedy Fellow at Harvard University. Eric, thanks so much for joining the show.
Ben, how are you doing?
Doing pretty well. So you have a brand new article out about critical race theory over at Real Clear Investigations. So defenders of critical race theory use a bunch of tactics to attempt to obscure exactly what critical race theory is and how deeply it has sunk its roots into American education. Why don't we start there, and then we'll get to what I think is really your chief contribution here, which is the moment when CRT really did start to infuse the racial rhetoric of the country as opposed to the old school sort of Martin Luther King individual treatment of people by content of character rather than color of skin. So first, let's define critical race theory for those who have been misdefining it. What exactly does it mean? What does it do? Why is it dangerous?
Well, critical race theory grew out of something called critical legal studies, which was a left-wing movement in the late 70s and into the 80s. And there were a few crits of color, as they called themselves, which is to say the critical legal studies people were called the crits, and they had some African-American members of the movement. But the African-American members of the movement were unhappy with the sort of emphasis on class, a sort of Marxist emphasis that the critical legal studies people had, and they wanted to see everything in terms of race instead of class, and they basically broke off starting in 1986. The crits of color broke off and started their own movement called critical racial theory, and they looked to use law schools as a way to promote the ideology of critical race theory, and it has sort of sunk its roots into law schools and then grew from there and has become very much a part of the education system, both education classes that people take in college to become teachers, and then its use in schools by those teachers who have been indoctrinated in critical race theory when they were in college.
Alrighty, so let's talk for a second about that moment in 1986 when things sort of shifted for the critical race theory movement. So what exactly drove that and what happened?
Well, the critical legal studies folks had a bunch of conferences and sort of had a summer big conference they would do every year. And they wanted to involve the African American members of their group more in the conference. And so at a conference held at Pine Manor College in Massachusetts, they asked the crits of color to put on a presentation about how you could integrate the critical legal studies with race studies. And what ended up happening at that conference is the critical race theory folks basically attacked their colleagues who had been looking to involve them more in the organization, and basically denounced critical legal studies as a white organization because it was looking at issues in terms of class rather than in terms of race. And it was a really fraught moment. The people who were involved, Kimberly Crenshaw, in her book about the beginnings of the critical race theory, sort of trumpets the way in which they
Unvaxxed versus vaxxed.
I mean, what are the chances of...
Oh, that's a fighter.
COVID. I've been taking care of myself, and...
That's a fighter who was vaccinated.
This really, really kicked my ass.
Turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it, all kinds of meds. And I feel great. I really only had one bad day. Sunday sucked, but Monday was better. Tuesday felt better than Monday, and today I feel good.
We're still in a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
This really, really kicked my ass.
And today I feel good.
Today I feel good. But you can't talk about that. You can't talk about the possibility of someone that's not vaccinated being okay. Subject. Boom, 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 boom. No safe spaces. That'd be an interesting listen to. Well, Jason Mesh, you got here just in time for me to get off. Someone in the place I live tested positive for COVID. My roommate had a bunch of symptoms after talking to the guy. Before we found out he tested positive, we gave vitamin D pill. He was fine the next day. Do you need to get the vax twice? I think, yeah, like depending on which one. But you have to get two shots of the vaccine. I can't remember which ones are which. But yeah, now they're talking about, oh well, that even with 2 shots of the vaccine, that's not good enough. You got to get the booster shot. So I think it's gonna keep on going. Johnson Johnson single. Okay. Well, there you go. But yeah, I'm hopping off. I'll see you guys